where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, there is no formal communication today, and so I'll move to item 3 on the order paper, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 9th March 2020. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 18th sitting of the first meeting of the first session held on Friday, 5th March 2021 are adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, please.
Yes, Speaker, I'm going through the vote and proceedings. And if you look at page 9, 14, the Right Honorable Speaker recognized in the House the presence of the following. So, I've been looking through the list, and conspicuously missing is the very beautiful wife of the Right Honorable Speaker, I cannot see the name here. And Mr. Speaker, if you do recall, when you mentioned her name, the applause with which we received the announcement, one would have thought that the name will find expression here. So, Mr. Speaker, if the table office will do the needful by recognizing the very beautiful wife of the Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Table office, kindly take note. Honorable members, we will take the votes and proceedings of Friday, 5th March 2021. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the deputy leader has just drawn my attention that we are on Friday, but this is Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, both Friday and yesterday, the Honorable Labi Oscar Ofori is not around, but has been marked present. And there's a reason why I just want him to be properly captured. He should be properly captured. He's not around and couldn't have been present. So if the table office can take note, Oscar Labi, and win constituency, our win constituency, Labi Oscar Ofori, he is not around and he couldn't have been present both Friday and yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, take note. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 19. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 18th sitting of the first meeting of the first session held on Friday, 5th March 2021, as corrected, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. I admitted a number of statements, but in view of the business of the day, I want to know from leadership, do I take one or two of the statements, or we should move straight to public business? Yes, please.
Speaker, we'll plead for your kindness if we can go straight to public business and probably shelve the statement at an appropriate time.
Yes, minority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I agree with my colleague from the majority bench. Because we are debating the state of the nation for 2 days. If we could concentrate and maximize the debate on the SONA, I think it would be useful. So we're grateful if we could go straight into public business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we move straight to the commencement of public business. Item 5. Presentation. I want us to present the paper, or it's not ready before we go to. Yes, please.
Speaker, I had engaged the chair to the appointment committee, who is also here, and the indication I get is that we are still in the process of tidying up the report. So we can take item 6 while we tidy up the report of the appointment committee. Speaker.
Honorable members, item 6. Motion that this Honorable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered to Parliament on Tuesday, 9th March 2021. The motion is to be moved by the Honorable Member for Okakwe Central, Mr. Patrick Yao Boama. Honorable Member, you may do so now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Just a minute. I've been guided by leadership that the mover of the motion has 25 minutes to do so. That's the allocation, 25 minutes. The seconder will also have 25 minutes. Senior members will be given 15 minutes. And the other members will be given 10 minutes each. Again, I have a list from both sides of the House. They're proposing to take 12 from each side of the House today. 12 from each side of the House today. And so we are expecting to listen to 24 different voices, views, and ideas. And to be able to do this, the Speaker will have to go by the rules. And so I will be very strict and limit heckling and hold you to the time allocation. So, honorable members, let's take that on board as we commence the deliberations on this motion. Now, Honorable Beba, you may move the motion now.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 6 on today's order paper, that this Honorable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message of the nation which he delivered to Parliament on Tuesday, 9 March 2021. Mr. Speaker, this is in compliance with the provisions under Article 67 of the Constitution, and with your kind permission that I read, that the President, at the beginning of each session of Parliament and before a dissolution of Parliament, deliver to Parliament a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, this provision in the 1992 Constitution can be traced also to Article 45 of the 1969 Constitution of Ghana and also Article 54 of the 1979 Constitution of Ghana. I believe it's one of the accountability processes that the Constitution or the framers of the Constitution put in place to ask the President or the person holding executive power to always report to the people's representative, update them on his policies and programs, his challenges and successes, and his vision ahead for the country. Now, Speaker, let me borrow a line or two from your prayer you read to us this morning, especially the second part, that, oh God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, and this is where the emphasis is, where evil and poverty shall be done away with the country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the vision of the President, the summary that he gave to us yesterday, was very honest. The President did not mince words about the challenges that he's gone through within the last 4 years and the successes that he's chalked. Mr. Speaker, let me share with you what countries have been doing in the midst of this pandemic. Because at the heart of the President's statement was the economy. And I have with me a report of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, which was published in May 2020. And it lists some programs that various countries, including Ghana, are undertaking in this pandemic. The Speaker, Uganda, and I'll quote, that the country has used part of the contingency fund of the budget to finance approximately $1.80 million to support critical sectors such as health and security at the front line of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, Nigeria, a fiscal stimulus in the form of a COVID-19 intervention fund of $1.4 billion has been approved by the President to support healthcare facilities, to provide relief for taxpayers and incentivize employers to retain and recruit staff during the downturn. Mr. Speaker, at the turn of the Fourth Republic, every leader has encountered certain challenges, and they are measured by strategies and programs that they've undertaken to cushion the citizenry. Mr. Speaker, what did the President of Ghana do? in the midst of the pandemic. He came here with an elaborate program. He outlined his vision and a long-term program to bring back the economy to life. Mr. Speaker, he also took care of the poor and needy in society, including those in my constituency, some in the urban poor areas. Water was supplied to us for free. We enjoyed free electricity for months. The President also gave 50% basic salary allowance to healthcare workers. There was a reduction in the communication service tax. 750 million Ghana cedis was provided for SMEs. 2 billion guaranteed to facilitate the support of large businesses, including schools and pharmaceutical companies. The Bank of Ghana also lowered the monetary policy rate by 150 basis points. There was a reduction in the primary reserve requirement from 10 to 8% and many more. Mr. Speaker, in all this, the data provided by the Central Bank in 2017 on inflation is still positive. Inflationary rate in 2017 stood at 11.82%. 2018 was 9.43%, 2019 7.90%, and in 2020 10.40%. The T-bill rates are also showing good signs, and it's about 14.09 as I speak, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the healthcare needs of this country was at the heart of the President's strategy during this pandemic. You realize that Ghana was one of the first countries to receive COVID-19 vaccine, and vaccination has taken place and is very smooth. Most of us in the chamber, I believe, have gone for their jabs. Mr. Speaker, the President has also outlined in his statement to us a robust program for the building of as many as 111 district health centers, 100 beds, Mr. Speaker, and about 7 new regional hospitals, including one for the Western region. Mr. Speaker, this is what you require of a president who is trying to solve issues within a pandemic. Mr. Speaker, last week, the United States of America under President Biden approved $1.9 billion United States dollars. Mighty America is looking at ways of providing cover for those who have been hard hit by the pandemic. And I believe it's the right step for the President to also have taken the necessary steps to cushion the poor and the needy by those interventions that I mentioned earlier on. Mr. Speaker, the President also touched on his industrialization program and stated that 232 one factory projects have been commenced and were at different stages, and also mentioned that 76 of them were in operation. Mr. Speaker, to tie in with the President's industrialization program is his quest to ensure that the manganese, that the bauxite that we have in large quantities is used towards the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation's program, the GUIDED, and also the iron and steel project that the Lands and Natural Resources Minister will be spearheading. Mr. Speaker, this will be a game changer because a lot of jobs will be created in this space. The iron and steel industry will be revived strongly. Much more will be the automobile industry that the President has been working seriously at. Mr. Speaker, the President in his address also talked about the automobile industry. A lot of international giants are setting up here. You have VW that in the statement mentioned has assembled over 1,167 vehicles. Our own Kantanka, a Ghanaian-based company, has also assembled over 400 vehicles, and Sinotrack, a Chinese company, has also done about 276. Mr. Speaker, with all this, we are looking at job creation, and we must commend the President and the government for staying focused and ensuring that even in the midst of this pandemic, we are attracting a lot of investment, especially in the automobile industry. Mr. Speaker, the President, also being a fan of agriculture, also touched on the successes in the agricultural space. His planting for food and jobs, the living income differential, that is $400 per ton on each cocoa that we sell, the 12 landing sites, fish landing sites, some at Apam or Mountford, Teshi, Gamashi, Axim, Discove, and Winneba are all at different stages. And I believe that the coastline of Ghana, which is about 550 kilometers long, will benefit from a changed outlook if all these landing sites are completed. And I believe that the necessary jobs that ought to be created out of these projects, which runs into millions of United States dollars, will be realized. Mr. Speaker, the Communications Ministry has a new designation, Digitalization. And I believe that it calls for a lot of hard work. Mr. Speaker, no country has developed or advanced without the requisite technology and strategy. And we have in a woman who will be driving that ministry with all the force and strategy that it requires. Everybody has a mobile money wallet. A lot of banks are facing challenges with the use of this wallet, but it's very convenient, and from the report or on the message, over 15.5 million Ghanaians who have now been registered on the National Identification Authority system will now have their numbers registered as their tax identification numbers. It goes a long way to broaden the tax net. It's a good strategy. A lot of people will be brought under the tax net, and we will stand to raise a lot of tax revenue if we adopt the right strategies using the data that we have captured. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure subsector under the present address, which includes the housing subsector, the road sector, was not left out. Mr. Speaker, the President declared a second year of road. And I believe every member of Parliament here has challenges with his or her roads in the constituency. I believe the people of Abekala Pass will not be left out. Mr. Speaker, we need to give the President and the government all the support that he requires to ensure that we all get a fair and decent access to road networks within our constituency. So I believe that road projects that will create the necessary openings for the country must be encouraged, from Tema to Pram, Tema to Akosombo, Accra Kumasi Dualization Project, Accra to Takrade, must all be supported, and the road minister ought to be encouraged and supported by this House, because we need a lot of money to complete the Swami interchange, the Tamale interchange, the PTC, and the Power Grant interchanges in the Western region. Mr. Speaker, we had a session with the Works and Housing Minister a couple of weeks ago, and he promised to introduce a new housing fund. We all talk about a housing deficit of about 2 million, but we haven't put in place the right strategies to ensure that we get that gap bridged. And we must also encourage the housing minister to bring the right legislation to the House and give us an assurance that the gap that he's identified and the strategy that he told the committee when he appeared before us, which has been captured in the President's speech, will see the light of day. Mr. Speaker, defense and interior and the security of the state cannot go without being mentioned. The police service now has helicopters to undertake its activities. The vehicle fleet of the police service has been increased. The military housing project is ongoing. The Ghana Immigration Service is seeing a massive improvement in their housing deficit, and what have you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this requires some collaboration with the security agencies to ensure that all these projects are completed so that they get what the expected benefit from these projects. Mr. Speaker, the government under President Akufo-Addo over the last 3 years have taken the conditions of service of the military seriously. Peacekeeping allowances were increased, which had not been done over a period, and I must commend the Minister of Defense for leading that charge. Mr. Speaker, access to energy. We all know the challenges that we face in the energy sector, Mr. Speaker. We have a new minister in the person of Honorable Matthew Prempeh, Member of Parliament for Menchia South. The energy sector needs a lot of financial investment from government. Government has done its part by clearing a lot of the ESLA debt, according to the report of the Chamber for Bulk Oil Distributors of Ghana. Government has paid its portion, but we still have issues with the IPPs and the threats that they pose, especially when government is in the process of negotiating some of these IPPs. And we believe that the new Minister of the Energy will ensure that that is done. Secondly, local content enhancement and enforcement rules must be supported, and I believe that it's going to be done by the new minister. Mr. Speaker, 2023 presents a very good opportunity for us as a country to develop our sports infrastructure. Why am I saying this? Mr. Speaker, Ghana will be hosting the African Games, and the dynamic sports minister, by the president in his speech, has to ensure that the local organizing committee that he has put in place connects well, develops the sports infrastructure, gives our athletes the right incentives and resources, the equipment base of the National Sports Authority, everything that requires of the country ought to be put in place for Ghana to be able to host this very important tournament. Mr. Speaker, the President also touched on the chieftaincy institution, which is very sacred and provided for under our Constitution, and also the tourism and arts and creative arts sector. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot to do and to develop under the domestic tourism subsector. Lately, we are all stuck here in Ghana. Nobody is able to travel anywhere. And it gives us the opportunity to look at our domestic tourist sites, and it's an encouraging time for the tourism minister, Honorable Awal, to look at it, develop it, find the right strategy and synergy between the executive, parliament, and the general public to patronize our tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, thousands of jobs stand to be created from the following projects. The Pualugu Dam on page 26 of my report, which has a solar project. It has about 25,000 hectares of land to be irrigated. It has a 60 megawatt power plant to be built, and it's the single largest investment in the whole of the northern region, about $1 billion. I believe we must commend the government and the president for leading the charge to open up the country, especially in the northern part of the country, to ensure that these businesses thrive. The Bankara project in Ashanti region, which the Minister of Trade is leading, to create Kumasi and Ashanti as the second largest industrial area in the country, ought to also be encouraged. The railway sector, which is also part of the infrastructure sector that I'm talking about, has secured a facility of over $500 million from the Amandi Group to develop the railway sector, subsector in the Western region, and ought to be encouraged to ensure that it's completed. The President also touched on the water and sanitation subsector, that over 5,500 communities have been declared as open defecation-free communities. And it's a pat on the back on the Minister, Honorable Cecilia Abnarapan. A lot of water projects have been initiated. Tamale Water, Yendi, Damango, Techiman, Wenchi, Keta, and a few others which are in the pipeline. Sunyani Water, which is over 183 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I'll touch on the transport subsector and the aviation subsector, which has a new minister, which the aviation sector has been added to the new transport portfolio. The President, in his speech, gave us the indication that approval has been given for a new national carrier to be established. And I believe that Honorable Koku Furiesiama will ensure and carry that through. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was a very important day for the House. We had a lot of visitors, members of the diplomatic corps, members from the judiciary, talk about the court decision, talk about a lot of issues. But as a House, our conduct was also put to test. And we must, as a House, know when to be measured, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the country is looking at us. We have to, as a matter of urgency, show leadership and let the country know that the vote that they cast on December 7th to require of us to work together and cooperate as a House was not done in vain. We need to earn the public's respect and work accordingly. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member has used 21 minutes, 42 seconds. That is commendable because we are located 25, but he has fallen short by a few minutes. It doesn't necessarily mean when we give you 10 minutes, you must use all the 10 minutes. We need more time for other businesses or other members to contribute. So we'll move to the next person, and the list I have here, the seconder of the motion will be Honorable Eric Opoku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to associate myself with the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion on the floor of this House. And in doing so, I would like to associate myself with the message of the State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, yesterday. Mr. Speaker, when you read Article 67, together with Article 34, Clause 2, you have clear indication as to what the framers of the 1992 Constitution expect the State of the Nation address to contain. His Excellency, the President, dealing with the Ghanaian economy, made an emphatic statement on page 4 of the State of the Nation address. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I would like to read. Mr. Speaker, my government found the resources to cushion the impact of the pandemic because we are good managers of the economy and we are good protectors of the public purse. Mr. Speaker, it is the duty of this House to critically interrogate this statement, whether indeed the President and his team are good managers of our economy, and whether or not they are good protectors of the public debt. Yes. Mr. Speaker, in all sincerity, the true state of the nation Ghana now is that Ghana is in a state of comatose, where hopelessness, wretchedness, insecurity, and despondency are the facial expressions of many Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, there is extreme polarization with accentuated poverty among Ghanaians in Ghana. In fact, in the last 4 years, the Nanado government has plundered this nation into a quandary. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, December 2016, the total debt of our nation stood at 122 billion Ghana cedis. I'm saying 122 billion cedis because that was what the President told this House in the State of the Nation address in 2017. Mr. Speaker, that is the debt of our nation from the 6th of March 1957 to December 2016. 59 years as a nation, our debt was 122 billion. In December 2020, the debt of our nation has been ballooned to 286.9 billion, according to Bank of Ghana. 286.9 billion, indicating that within the last 4 years, the MPP government has increased our total debt stock by a whopping 165 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, no government in the history of Ghana has ever borrowed this quantum of money within a space of 4 years before. Mr. Speaker, even if we are to add all the borrowings of all the governments that we have had in this nation, they never borrowed up to 165 billion Ghana cedis. To whom much is given, much is expected. Mr. Speaker, the debt of our nation, as the Bank of Ghana put it, constitutes 74.4% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, this is far above the IMF debt sustainability threshold of 70%. What it means is that if you cross the threshold, then your country will now borrow to service loans, to pay debts. So Ghana now borrows to pay interest on debt. And that is why, even though this government has borrowed so much,
don't see anything.
They cannot point to any monumental achievement from the borrowings they have made on behalf of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, I decided to do what Honorable Osei Chemensa used to do when he was the minority leader. In order to establish the full impact of our debt on the life of the ordinary Ghanaian, he would do debt burden analysis. And I decided to do a very simple debt burden analysis. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the debt was 122 billion. The population of Ghana was 28,308,301. So if we were to share Ghana's debt, every Ghanaian owed 4,000 4,300 Ghana cedis. Today, in 2016, 4,300. Today, if we are to share Ghana's debt for a population of 30 million, every Ghanaian will owe 9,500, almost 10,000. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that within the last 4 years, the so-called better managers of our economy have increased the individual debt by 5,200 Ghana cedis. 4 years. Mr. Speaker, as if that is not enough, for the first time, the government of the NPP has done something which has never happened in our country. Mr. Speaker, they have collateralized, securitized, and monetized future revenues of our nation. That is the danger ahead of this nation. Future revenues have been monetized. And these are treated as contingency in our account. So we don't add them to the public debt. So now that we are talking about public debt at 286 billion, if we are to add all the institutional borrowings, Ghana will cross 350 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, they have securitized proceeds, receivables from Get Fund for a $1.5 billion facility. So in the next 10 years, even though Ghanaians will be paying taxes...
Honorable member, just hold your breath. I see the former Deputy Minister of Finance on her feet. Yes. Honorable, what is the reason why you are on your feet?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side said we have securitized our future revenues. I just wanted to know the exact revenues that he's talking about. Yes, it's important. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we know. It's important.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the standing orders are clear as to when debate could be interrupted. And I'm going to stick by that. So when you get up to interrupt debate, kindly refer the Speaker to the order under which you have the authority to interrupt the debate. Since you fail to do that, and your submission doesn't draw my attention to any area, you are completely out of order. So please, continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they have securitized receivables from Get Fund. Mr. Speaker, they have taken $1.5 billion US from the Chinese. So in the next 10 years, even though Ghanaians will pay in their taxes through the Get Fund for the development of education in Ghana, a sizable percentage of the receivables belong to the Chinese. The Chinese in the next 10 years. Belong to the Chinese in the next 10 years. So even though their government has a term of 4 years, they have securitized future revenues in terms of Get Fund for the next 10 years. Now they have also securitized receivables from the energy sector levy. Mr. Speaker, you know that His Excellency President Mahama caused to be imposed on Ghanaians the energy sector levies to enable us pay off the debt that was hindering the energy sector to be efficient and effective in the distribution of power in this country. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, they have securitized receivables from that levy for a period of 15 years for $2.5 billion. So in the next 15 years, no matter who will be the president, Ghanaians will pay that levy, but the money will be used to service that loan. Mr. Speaker, even the cocoa trees in Ghana, they have collateralized cocoa trees for $600 million to rehabilitate cocoa.
Honorable member,
Payable within 7 years.
once again, we are being interrupted. Yes, Honorable former Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come under order number 92. And Mr. Speaker,
Order 92. Order 93.
93, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's content of speeches, yes?
Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other
Order
side. 93. Mr. Speaker, yeah. It says no member, with your permission, I read. No member shall interrupt any other member except A, by rising to a point of order. That is where any of these orders is alleged to have been infringed upon. And B, to elucidate some matter raised by the member, and that is where I'm coming from. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side said, Mr. Speaker, this is just intimidation from the other side, but I just want to put it out there that we
Honorable member, complete reading what you just mentioned.
Order number 92.
92, 1B.
1B.
That's what you said. Yes,
Yes.
read.
So, can I go ahead?
Read the order.
Mr. Speaker, order number 92, 1B says to elucidate some matter raised by a member speaking in the course of his speech, provided that the member speaking is willing to give way. Mr. Speaker, well.
So I will have to ask the honorable member whether he's willing to give way
Mr. Speaker,
and resume his seat. When, honorable member, that is why I asked you to read the standing order. Because you are trying to explain something that he has said. And he must be willing to allow you to explain.
Yeah.
When he is not capable or he is not willing to do that, then you give that opportunity. That is why they said that. Okay?
Yes,
so I have to ask him whether he's willing to give you way to expatiate or elucidate.
He will not.
That is the standing order you want to stand on. So please, resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
I amend the order number.
Honorable Eric Opoku, are you willing to give way and resume your seat?
It's only...
Mr. Speaker, no. You should wait for her turn.
In the circumstances, the Speaker cannot compel him to give way and resume his seat. So please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I indicated that they have also collateralized cocoa for a loan of $600 million. And as we speak, Cocoa Board's indebtedness is over $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, you recall that in the last parliament, just last year, this House approved the syndicated loan facility to enable Cocoa Board purchase cocoa in Ghana. An amount of $1.3 billion was approved for Cocoa Board. But even as we speak today, the farmers have produced the cocoa, they have sold the cocoa to Cocoa Board through the LBCs, but they are unable to pay them.
Oh.
This is the true state of our nation, the sad story of the Ghanaian cocoa farmer. And this is a huge disincentive to cocoa production in this country. Mr. Speaker, we can also not forget the collateralization of bauxite in the Tiwa Forest area for the Sino hydro deal. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the IMF has cautioned Ghana to be very, very careful with that deal. Because looking at what is happening, Ghana is likely to default. And if we default, the Chinese will take over the bauxite. the deposit of unmined bauxite in the Etiwa forest area. That is the danger now. And nobody can controvert this. So this is the true state of our nation. We are spending our revenues, we are taking loss on behalf of Ghanaians, and we are also collateralizing future revenues. So where lies the hope of our nation? What are you people leaving behind for the upcoming generation? You are creating a huge liability as inheritance for the young people coming up. And you say that you are better managers of the economy. No. Mr. Speaker, the IMF cautioned them. I have the document here. The International Monetary Fund cautioned the NPP government against debt collateralization, against excessive debt collateralization and monetization of future revenue. But the government did not heed the warning. That is where we are now. Everything belonging to us, including taxes that Ghanaians have not paid, we have collateralized everything. And now, the president hints of bringing back Ejapa to enable you collateralize royalties from gold again. So where are we? Mr. Speaker, this is the true state of the nation. And it is important for us to let every Ghanaian understand that this is where we are going as a nation. And this is where we are. That is what we expect from our president, and that is what the state of the nation must address. Mr. Speaker, now let me move to another important aspect of our economy, agriculture. Mr. Speaker, the office of the president and the oath that the president takes before assuming office imposes a straight, immutable obligation on the president to be candid to Ghanaians. Nothing more, nothing less. The president of the Republic of Ghana must not be seen to be economical with the reality when addressing Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to say that the president is lying, but I'm saying that the president should be candid. Mr. Speaker, reading the State of the Nation address, page 9, this is what the President of the Republic said. We have for the first time in a long while become a net exporter of food, as opposed to the days of importation of tomatoes and plantain. Mr. Speaker, since time immemorial, Ghana has been producing plantain in excess of our demand during the peak season. During the peak season, the problem we have in Ghana is that we do not have storage facilities. And so when we produce them in abundance, in excess of our demand in the peak season, we are unable to store them to cross to the lean season. So in the lean season, we have problems with lack of plantain. And to say that we have been importing plantain, from where? From where? Mr. Speaker, and then the president is saying that we are no longer importing tomatoes. That is factually inaccurate. And I want to demonstrate to this House that the president was economical with the reality. Mr. Speaker, just recently, the Tomato Importers and Traders Association sent a petition to the IGP, and the IGP of Ghana responded. It's here. Tomato Importers and Traders Association of Ghana petitioned the IGP for security while using the Kumasi-Bolga-Burkina Faso road. They import tomato from Burkina Faso. Mr. Speaker, this was published by Business News on Friday, 12 February 2021. And Mr. Speaker, the IGP responded. The IGP orders police protection for tomato traders on Kumasi-Bolga-Burkina Faso road. Is Burkina part of Ghana? Is Burkina part of Ghana? Is Burkina part of Ghana? Mr. Speaker, I decided to go further. Mr. Speaker, to find out where does Ghana import tomatoes, fresh or chilled from. And Mr. Speaker, Ghana imports tomatoes from Burkina Faso. In 2019, Ghana imported tomato at a cost of $758,000 just from Burkina Faso alone. We also import tomato from Netherlands, from Italy, from Morocco, Luxembourg, United Kingdom, USA, Egypt, Canada, and even Lebanon. Tomato fresh or chilled. That is the state of Ghana. Everybody knows this. They know. It's all over. So how then can the president say that we are no longer importing tomatoes? Mr. Speaker, identify the challenge of your nation. Understanding the challenge is enough to enable you prefer solutions to address the challenge. Now here we are. The president himself is not seized with the facts. So how can he prefer solutions to address the challenge that confronts us? Again, the president indicates that in spite of COVID...
Honorable member, be concluding. Be concluding.
17 minutes.
I'm taking note of the interruption. I said, I haven't stopped him. I said he should be concluding.
Mr. Speaker,
you have 25 minutes. So I'm very, very observant.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the president also indicated that in spite of COVID, Ghana did not run out of food. And that we produce locally and consume what we produce. We even exported, according to what the president said. Mr. Speaker, that is also inaccurate. Because in 2020, at some point in time, the Poultry Farmers Association had difficulty getting maize. And the Minister for Agriculture had to issue permits to enable them import maize into this country to support local production. Mr. Speaker, how can the government issue permits for people to import maize? And the same government will come and tell you that I have not imported maize. Mr. Speaker, I have the records from 1960 to 2020 importation of maize into Ghana. Index Mundi, everything is available because this is international trade. It passes through international platforms. So if Ghana is not willing to provide it, other nations will provide it. It's everywhere. And Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that in 2017, Ghana imported 19,000 metric tons of maize into Ghana. In 2018, we did 28,000 metric tons of maize. In 2019, 20,000 metric tons of maize. In 2020, 20,000 metric tons of maize to supplement local production. Mr. Speaker, it is important to state for the records that in 2019, Ghana did not import a single grain. 2009. In 2009, Ghana did not import a single grain of maize into Ghana. This is on record, and nobody can dispute it. Something that you have not achieved. Why do you people claim you have achieved that? Mr. Speaker, then the president talks about cocoa. He talks about cocoa pricing, that they have secured living income differentials of $400 per ton of cocoa, and that has increased producer price of cocoa. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I read about that one too, and it came out strongly that in 2020, the world market price of cocoa, the FOB price, was 2,666. This was reported by Bank of Ghana. 2,666. So when you add the 400 living income differential, it was above $3,000. So when you take the 660 Ghana cedis per bag, you multiply it by the ton, you see that cocoa farmers were given just 61% of the FOB price. Just 61%. Yet they were touting almost 80% everywhere, as if they have done something. Mr. Speaker, the budget will give us another opportunity to interrogate those issues further. But it is important to indicate that cocoa sector is the lifeblood of the Ghanaian economy. So if that sector is verging on collapse, then obviously Ghana's economy is sick, and there's nothing we can do about it. It is important for us to look at that sector, do the necessary injections, revive the sector. Production has been declining since you assumed office. Yes, I can give you all the figures, Honorable Afenyo, if you don't know. Cocoa production has been declining since 2017. The fishery sector is verging on collapse. Everything is down. What then have you achieved in spite of all this huge amount of borrowings? Mr. Speaker, now my last point, which is very, very important, very, very important. Mr. President indicated that in the last 4 years, they have recruited 100,000 health professionals. Mr. Speaker, this is on page 7. Page 7 of the State of the Nation address. 100,000 health professionals. Just 2 weeks ago, the current Minister for Health appeared before the vetting committee. And while under oath, he indicated that in the last 4 years, they had created 90,000 jobs. We subjected him to strict proof. Mr. Speaker, he promised to bring a template to the committee. But we are not interested in templates. This is a house of records, and we are seized with the records. Mr. Speaker, if you recruit, because those people you are recruiting will be paid, your budget will make provision for them to be paid. In 2020, we have the budget here, and the ceiling is 128,016 health workers, the whole Ghana. At the end of 2020, we should have 128,016 health workers in Ghana. In 2017, when you took office, we had 103,103, page 177 of the 2017 budget. Mr. Speaker, we had 103,699. So when you do the subtraction over the 4-year period, you have added 24,317 health workers. These are the figures in their own budget. Yet the minister appeared before the committee to indicate that they have created 90,000. And the president courageously emphasized and touted as a monumental achievement that they have recruited 100,000 health professionals within the last 4 years. Mr. Speaker, how can you defend this? This is palpably false. And we expected His Excellency to be candid to the good people of Ghana, to be honest and indicate to us exactly what is happening in our nation. Mr. Speaker, the President also stated as one of the achievements that they have bought helicopters for the Ghana Police Service. Helicopters for the Ghana Police Service. Mr. Speaker, this was stated.
Honorable Member, once again, hold your breath. I'm taking note of the interruptions. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this time I come under Order 91A. The Honorable colleague here is
Order 91A. I want to follow you. So
yes,
you say
Order 91. Debate may be interrupted, by a point of order being raised. 91A, you know it, you should know it. Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker,
yes,
I would plead with you that this house is a house of records. I think you should allow me to put it out there that what the minister said was that it's over a period of 4 years. And I can let you know that Ministry of Finance grants the financial plan.
Honorable Member, when you refer to Order 91A, debates may be interrupted, by a point of order being raised. It means that the member making the submissions has breached an order. So now you move to that order that the member has breached and tell us. That is how the debate should be conducted. So move to that order, and then from there you link it to the debate. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come under 30D.
Now, the order that has been breached is 30B.
Yes.
Yes, go on, read it.
Mr. Speaker, it says, presenting to Parliament frivolous, false, scandalous, groundless, or fabricated documents or such allegations in a petition. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Member, you said 30B. D for doctor. Is it B or D?
and E is
Is it B for boy or D for doctor?
D.
D.
Any act or conduct calculated or intended to deceive Parliament or any of its committees. Or F. Deliberate misleading of Parliament or any of its committees, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, the standing order you are referring to is under contempt of Parliament or breach of privilege.
Mr. Speaker.
Now,
Please sit down.
when you make your submission, then I can give the consequential orders. I'm just drawing your attention
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
to the import
Yes, Mr.
of the order,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
that it goes beyond just breach of ordinary order.
Yes.
This one deals with contempt or breach of privilege.
Yes.
So when you refer to it and you are able to substantiate it,
Yes.
it is a matter I have to refer to a committee. That is the essence.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so
And would you permit me
you
to...
can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side is saying that the current health minister misled the House. And Mr. Speaker, I can say on authority that government, through Ministry of Finance, granted financial clearance of more than 83,000. So the minister is not lying. We indeed more than 83,000, and we indeed made sure that all the financial clearance was utilized, Mr. Speaker. So we have evidence. My colleague on the other side is misleading the House. Again, my colleague said that we had securitized a debt fund to the Chinese for 10 years. We were in this House, and we brought this to this House. We never did anything like that. It's rather with the local banks that we have securitized the flows of debt fund. So I just want to put it out here that it is never with the Chinese, but it's rather with the local banks, helping to strengthen the local banks and let the local banks also grow so that we can improve on the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, please take your time, read the standing orders carefully. Try to appreciate them and apply them accordingly. What she did is just to disagree with the perspective in which you are coming from. And so you have to take that on board, but she will have the opportunity to put across her perspective and her interpretation of those figures or submissions that were made here and other approved or disapproved by the House. She will also be looking at the budget figures that you are referring to, the data, and then she will also make her submission. It's not a matter that I can refer to the Privileges Committee, but it's something that should guide you in your submissions. So, Honourable Member, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. My honourable colleague has even compounded the confusion. The Minister for Health gave us 90,000. The Deputy Finance Minister is now talking about 83,000. And the president is talking about 100,000. So which is which? And we are saying that when you recruit, they must be paid. That is why they need clearance from you. And that is why you provide in your budget to be able to pay them plus the numbers. But the figures here does not support the argument you are advancing. And that is a fact. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the purchase of helicopters. The president did mention, as one of the achievements, that they have purchased 3 helicopters for the Ghana Police Service. 3. And same is stated in the 2020 budget. Paragraph 202. We have purchased 567 vehicles, 3 helicopters for the police. Mr. Speaker, where are the helicopters? Who among them can help us to trace the whereabouts of these helicopters? Where are they? Where are they? Now they are telling me to open our eyes. Look at the government people, those in government. They can show us the whereabouts of these helicopters. Yet you keep on touting everywhere. You have purchased 3 helicopters. 3 helicopters. Where are they?
No
Where
response.
are they?
No response.
Even the majority leader, he doesn't know. He doesn't know the whereabouts of these helicopters. That is a fact. I know him. He doesn't know. Honorable Fojo is quiet. He doesn't know. If he knew, he would have been on his
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, this is not a musical theater. Please. Please. What happened yesterday, I don't want to talk about it. Don't turn Parliament into a playground. I'm not going to tolerate that at all. Please, Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you have stopped the time from running against my colleague. We gave him 25 minutes. He spoke in for 26 minutes, 24 seconds.
Honorable Majority Leader, I am in control.
Mr. Speaker,
I have taken away the interruptions. I gave the member who moved the motion 25 minutes. He spoke for less than 25 minutes. Nobody interrupted him. And so I'm taking note of what is happening. And when you give somebody 25 minutes and the interruptions take 5 minutes, definitely you have to make for the 5 minutes. So I'm taking note of it because the IT department has done a good job, and you can follow it right up from the start, the second up to the end. You can follow it. So, Majority Leader, I am in control. Don't worry about that. You go on.
Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is, as I'm speaking now, interrupting, you have stopped the time. So it's 26:24. Anytime there's any interruption, you stop it. And we look at it. I was just saying that he's inviting me into this, and I'm refusing to go on that bait. Mr. Speaker, I'm refusing that temptation. Only to remind you that because he has spoken for more than the time allotted him, deliberately he wants to invite people so that you have the opportunity to prolong his own time. And Mr. Speaker, the truth is that anytime anybody has interrupted, you have stopped the running of the time. He has spoken already for 26 minutes, 24 seconds. That's the point I'm drawing your attention to. And I know you are in control.
Majority
but
Leader.
be in control properly.
Majority Leader, I am in control. I know that. Yes. So I was expecting you not to be tempted to rise because he had finished his 25 minutes. And then you stood up. So I definitely stopped it. And so I'm aware now it's 26 minutes, 24 seconds, which is more than the 25 minutes. So, Honourable Member, in conclusion.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I thank the Honourable Majority Leader for refusing to respond to my invitation to indicate to us the whereabouts of the 3 helicopters. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this government has brought untold hardships to the good people of Ghana, especially in the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, the MPP government pretended that they don't understand total
You
revenue.
can't conclude that way with the introduction of new matter. Conclusion, you don't add new matters. So please, your last sentence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. And in short, I wanted to draw the attention of the House to the fact, and the Ghanaians to the fact that Ghana's Get Fund has been collateralized, cocoa trees collateralized, Ghana Infrastructure Fund collateralized, Ghana's bauxite collateralized, and Ghana's energy sector levies collateralized, and now they want to do same to royalties. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable members, we will now listen to the submissions of Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempeh, the Minister for Energy. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker.
You are a senior member, and so you are entitled to 15 minutes.
Is that 20?
15 minutes.
No, sorry. Mr. Speaker.
He hasn't said anything, but the
Please.
time is running.
His time is running.
Oh,
So I'm taking note of that.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes?
with the greatest respect, since we are debating, Mr. Speaker, a very important matter arose when my respected colleague was on his feet regarding interruption of debate under Order 91 and then the Order 30. I would, Mr. Speaker, want, with the greatest respect, seek your ruling on this matter, because, Mr. Speaker, I recall that in the State Parliament, this matter came up. No. So, Mr. Speaker, it's either, Mr. Speaker, with respect, is abiding by that, or Mr. Speaker will depart, which power he has. Mr. Speaker, I recall that we were told by the then Speaker that you cannot come under Order 91 alone. The 91A talks about point of order, and that you must relate it to a specific conduct. Mr. Speaker, which specific conduct finds space in Article 115 and Order 30? Please. Mr. Speaker, it is not really about contempt. It also talks about privilege, that privilege to speak and make your point, but subject to accuracy and fact. Mr. Speaker, so I only want clarity on that, whether Mr. Speaker is departing or Mr. Speaker would agree that when a member raises a point of order under 91, must same be anchored on the specific provisions under 30, Mr. Speaker, because wait, with respect, Honorable Muntaka, 30, if you look at 30DEF, for instance, if a member is debating and is misleading the House, his privilege to debate can be truncated by raising a point of order under 91, then come to support it with 30E. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am interrupting the debate on the basis of a misleading fact. And, Mr. Speaker, if you look at even Article 115, which gives us privilege, the freedom to debate, it talks about the fact that it is only within Parliament that such freedom could be curtailed. How do we curtail? By coming under these rules to say that this is misleading, this is inaccurate, then you are squarely within the rule to interrupt. So, Mr. Speaker, I only want to be sure that that part we took in the State Parliament is the same as today. Because in my view, humbly, my respected sister was within that directive by the chair of the state parliament, when it was directed that come to from 91, but go back to 30 and pick which of the sub-headings in 30. Mr. Speaker, that is all I want from you. If you are in agreement, fine. Other than that, it becomes difficult to now interrupt a debate on a point of order. Which other provision would you support your point of order with? You may have your bite.
Yes, Chief with minority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, with the greatest of respect, should avert his mind to the rules, the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to help you. When you quote, say, 91, for point of order, then you make the necessary reference. So let me refer him, for example, 93, 2. So I'll first say you are out of order coming on 91. Then I'll make reference to that you are using insulting language in 93.2. That is what it's meaning. But you cannot go and use 30. 30 is a specific standing orders with respect to privileges and contempt. So you cannot use that in the chamber debate. Check the headings. There are headings in the standing orders from 86 all the way to 96. It's talking about rules of debate. So during debate, that's where you navigate. But 30 is talking about a different matter. So Mr. Speaker was right. And Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, the deputy majority leader should avert his mind to how we use the standing orders. The standing orders are not just arbitrary things that you can quote from one and make reference to something that is happening under both. If it is conciliating state, there are provisions how to deal with that. If it is about quorum, there's a place to look for it. But you cannot use 30 when we are debating in the chamber. You have to use between order 86 and order 96. That is where the navigation can happen. So, Mr. Speaker, you shouldn't waste further our time. You should allow the debate to continue, because as you may know, we have so many things, so many speakers, and time is running. And not let's waste our time or waste the time of the House dragging this matter. But, Mr. Speaker, I may draw you to make a ruling so that we can move forward. Knowing in mind, one parliament, one speaker's ruling in any parliament is not binding to another speaker. You should just know that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we are not departing from the previous ruling. We are not at all. When debate is proceeding and a member wants to interrupt the debate, the member is entitled to come under Order 91. And she did come under Order 91. Now, under Order 91, you have the freedom to choose which subpart of Order 91. She elected to go by 91A. That is, by a point of order being raised. Note, I said you can interrupt debate. The order is talking about interruption of debate. The first is to raise point of order, which meant the person submitting his views has breached an order of this House. And there are many provisions that you can refer to as a member breaching the orders of this House, including contempt and breach of privilege. They come under it. And so the Speaker will listen and see the gravamen of the submission and then assess that to determine whether it's a matter of breach of contempt or privilege. In that case, it will not just be interruption, but it will go to Order 31. When you read Order 31, it's very clear. In all cases of proceedings where complaint is made of a breach of privilege or contempt of Parliament, Mr. Speaker may direct the matter be referred to the Committee of Privileges. So I said I was going to listen to her. If it amounts to that, then it means I have to refer it to the committee as a breach of contempt or a breach of privilege. Can't sit and just determine that is contemptuous or the person has breached a privilege and therefore the person has lost. You understand? And that is exactly what I said, that her submissions did not amount to that. And so the honorable member should take that on board. But she is entitled, when she gets the opportunity, to put across her side, her understanding of the data that the honorable member referred to, of the provisions in the budget. That is exactly the advice I gave. And therefore, allow the member to continue with the submissions, because what she said does not amount to a breach of contempt or a privilege. We haven't departed. And so, honorable members, this is the guidance I can give. You are entitled also under the orders again to disagree with me. And you know when you disagree with me, what you are entitled to do. You come by a substantive motion. And so please, let's get back to the debate. Let's allow the Minister for Energy to now commence his submissions on the motion. Minister for Energy, you may now do so.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to...
I will invite the first Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
To thank the President of the Republic for giving us a State of the Nation, which was very appropriate and apt about what is happening in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the State of the Nation address has two aspects, the historical aspect and the current aspect. Mr. Speaker, it was exciting to hear from the President about the Obatampa Cares Ghana program. This Obatampa program is a program to bring $100 billion cedis into the economy to really transform the economy from post-COVID or COVID times to post-COVID situations. Mr. Speaker, those of us who are in education were very excited about Obatampa because the first project under Obatampa is supporting commercial farming. The second project is about building the country's light manufacturing sector. The third project, Mr. Speaker, is developing engineering, machine tools, and ICT digital economy. Those of us in education and training see it as digitizing Ghana's education. Mr. Speaker, the sixth project, establishing Ghana as a flat regional hub, translates into education as establishing Ghana as an educational hub in the West Africa sub-region. Already, lots of our West African citizens are flooding into the country to take advantage of our very good educational institutions. Mr. Speaker, the seventh one is about reviewing and optimizing the implementation of government flagships. And I'll speak about the free senior high school and how it's transforming industry and education and training in this country. Mr. Speaker, the last one talked about creating jobs for young people. And yet again, the President talked about the Job and Skills Program, which the World Bank has activated and become effective from January this year, bringing $200 million into the economy to help us train Ghanaians for the jobs that people can get and earn a livelihood. Mr. Speaker, every child in Ghana deserves education. And in so doing, a lot of projects have gone on in this country to ensure that access to education, which is already one in the basic schools, become also one in the secondary schools and the tertiary. Mr. Speaker, the free senior high school program has transformed Ghana's education in the secondary sector and future for the rest of our lives. In 10 years, we will all be looking back and saying, why has it taken so long for us to ensure free senior high school program? The first co-chair of SDG, Mr. Speaker, was His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. He chaired the SDG goals, and the fourth goal talked about free education up to including the secondary as a right. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency Adado Dankwa Akufo-Addo has taken this right
existing in our constitution, in our manifesto, and in an SDG goal, and translated into an activity of daily living. Now in Ghana, every child going to basic school aspires to be in a secondary school because we don't need money to go into a secondary school. So that is transformational. For all these years that basic education was free, it took another government to ensure that because of capitation grant and school feeding, access was about 1:1, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is what free senior high school has done. And our interest in technical and vocational education and training has seen a tremendous impact in this country. Why do I say that? All the 34 institutions of the National Vocational Training Institutions are being rehabilitated. The curriculum has been upgraded and the capacities of teachers will be upgraded. Not only that, 32 state-of-the-art TVET institutions are being built across the country to expand skillful training in this country. Not only that, we have started a district TVET agenda where small TVET centers are being established in districts to take care of what the districts are bound to. Mr. Speaker, that is a transformational agenda to ensure that when we talk about skill training in Ghana, we do benefit. We all speak about Ghanaians not benefiting from the oil industry. We are not benefiting from the oil industry not because Ghanaians are uneducated, but because Ghanaians lack the skill training to enable us to take advantage of what is happening in the oil sector. Mr. Speaker, yes, it's true. COVID hit us badly and hit all over us, all over the world. But the leadership that was exercised by his president of the Republic ensured that Ghana became a pace-setter even in COVID times. Ghana was one of the first countries that instituted border closures. Ghana was one of the first countries that did contact tracing. Ghana was one of the first countries that established testing at the airport. The testing at the airport ensured that we protected our country from the second wave of COVID that has devastated a lot of countries. That is exercise leadership. So, Mr. Speaker, when people don't understand what a leader is doing, sometimes that is to be understood. Leaders bring out visions, and people will have to follow. When the president was instituting testing at the airport, nowhere in the world had instituted that. But now it's becoming an order of the day in every international airport. We should clap for the president instead of sitting in Ghana and saying, why are we testing at the airport? Mr. Speaker, being one of the first countries to test in the airport, we became a pace setter to ensure that our country and our livelihoods and our lives are protected. Mr. Speaker, the president talked about the STEM agenda. In the digitization aspect of his agenda, Mr. Speaker, we have established an open university in Ghana that will see to improving tertiary enrollment rate, as he said, from 18% to over 40%. So because few countries in Africa have an open university, and it allows everybody access to university without money at the point of failure. Mr. Speaker, COVID brought blended education, and Ghana was one of the first countries that in a short time of COVID, we are able to establish a TV program, a national TV program. We established a national radio program, and we established an online program to ensure, and even printed books for parents at home to help their children to study. We have gone further. In the digitization project, Ghana has established a 1B, 1F factory that will ensure that even laboratories are provided to basic schools, over 26,000 in the country. We didn't stop there. We ensure that there's Wi-Fi access in all secondary schools, all teacher training colleges, all district and regional administrative offices of the Ghana Education Service. That is taking advantage of COVID to ensure that we don't lag behind. Mr. Speaker, it's not only that. Through the COVID, we have also been able to institute laptops for teachers. In this blended education, you are giving schools computer labs through the Ministry of Communication in the basic schools and through a project with the World Bank in secondary schools. The teachers will also have to be trained. We are taking laptops to teachers with the initiative of the teacher unions. The teacher unions, realizing that going forward, the teachers have to participate in blended education, came to government with a lovely project, a laptop for every teacher. There are 280,000 teachers in pre-tertiary education who are going to benefit. That is leadership that is being exercised.
Even though there's a pandemic, we won't sit down and fold our arms. We will embrace the pandemic and live our lives within the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since independence, we have a comprehensive teacher policy. And we heard the President talking about this action plan that will come to this House very soon. A comprehensive teacher policy ensures that the teacher from training to teaching and continuous professional development is well catered for. That is why in the professional development, the teacher, the government ensured that there is a professional teaching allowance that has never existed for teachers, that has been instituted for teachers. Professional teacher allowance is for every teacher, and it is something that we should work celebrating in this country. Licensing of teachers has been established with the teacher union support that is ongoing as well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come to energy as part of the government's program. Mr. Speaker, the National Energy Sector Recovery Program informs us that by 2023, the energy sector debts will hit $12.5 billion. It is not debts that started in the Nadu government. It's debt that is being accrued mainly because we signed different IPP with different companies, different institutions to give us power when we were short of power in this country. It was done on an emergency basis. Mr. Speaker, the lessons from it is that Ghana is being overcharged. Yes, we were hot when we did it. And that is why the President is talking about renegotiation of these IPPs to ensure that we can have affordable pricing so that Ghanaians can have electricity and power at the price that they can afford. Mr. Speaker, this we all have to support, because when we don't support this program has many parts. If we don't support it, whether we like it or not, no matter the gains we have achieved in the macroeconomy, the energy sector pricing, the IPP pricing alone will destroy the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, we all want affordable, reliable power. Power for all. The power electricity penetration rate has reached 85%. The President promises 100%. The 100% will be both electricity grid, national grid, and off-grid projects. Renewable energy will support those things for the government to try and achieve energy and power for every Ghanaian. Without energy, there's no industrialization. Without power, you do nothing. Mr. Speaker, we all have to embrace the government and make sure that when we are renegotiating with IPPs, when PRC is coming up with the power tariff, it is done such that power becomes affordable for industrialization in this country. Mr. Speaker, when we listen to what the President was saying, we are at a time in Ghana when both parties, at least the major parties, should come together to help propel the country forward. I listened to my honorable colleague saying that Ghana, we have collateralized even our debts. Mr. Speaker, the first collateralization or securitization was done with the road fund under the previous government. Nobody said it was bad. And it's not true that we have collateralized or securitized 100% of debt funds. Mr. Speaker, we have securitized 30% of debt funds to ensure that waiting for 100 years to build the buildings, we can build the buildings now for Ghanaians to enjoy. Mr. Speaker, just like criticizing the Free Senior High School, I don't know a colleague here whose relative or friend is not benefiting from senior high school. I have had colleagues tell me that because of senior high school, their pockets are not being emptied as quickly as they used to be. Let's thank the government for that. And let's make sure that we put in process a program so that no government ever, I know you have threatened, my colleagues on the other side, have threatened that when they come, they will cancel the senior high school. But even today, looking at the request for placements I've gotten from both sides of the house, nobody intends cancelling the senior high school program. We have to make it better, and make it better, and make it better. And we need to support His Excellency the President for a good vision that he has implemented for 4 years. The results fantastic, the interventions perfect, to make sure that Ghanaians benefit. Mr. Speaker, when I said the interventions, we did academic intervention for senior high school students who relatively were not of that good caliber. Mr. Speaker, it has paid off. For the first time in years, over 50% of the students have passed all 4 subjects, gaining them entry into the universities. This is something we should be proud about. Mr. Speaker, it is that same project that allowed us to bring combined mathematical and scientific calculators into the classroom at 75 series for every student. When we were in school, we used 4-figure tables, and every student had a 4-figure table. Now, Waik says, because of exam malpractice, we are not going to allow anybody to come with a scientific calculator. So this is the approved scientific calculator. Government, being responsible, has provided it at a very cheap rate, 75 cities, to every Ghanaian secondary school child. This government must be applauded. That is a responsible government. That is the government that is husbanding the resources of the country and providing it where it is needed most. This is a...
Yes, honourable member. Under what order are you coming?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable former Minister of Education said that mathematical sets were supplied. At the time of writing the essay,
I asked you under what order. That is the rule set by Mr. Speaker. I'm just following it.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Order 30,
Order 30.
Giving information.
Let's read.
Deliberative misleading of Parliament or any of its committees. 30F.
Honourable member, may I suggest that you start from Order 91? 91, you raise a point of order under Order 91, and then you tell me which rule the member on his feet has breached. 91A.
Mr. Speaker, Order 91A. By a point of order raised.
Very well. So what is the wrong? What has he done? What has he said? That is.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, he mentioned that the government provided mathematical sets at the time to the senior high school students. But I just want to remind him that at the time of writing the WASE last year, these mathematical sets were not available for use by the students. That's the correction I want to make.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you may take that to your stride, so we know the facts.
853,000 math sets were ordered. 440,000 plans has been delivered and are shared among examination students. Mr. Speaker, I thought you were going to say you didn't like the math sets, because I was in your constituency at the secondary school there, and I saw the students with the math sets. You don't need the math sets for only exams, if I should bring your mind. You need the math sets to be able to use it in mathematics and science. So the math set is not only for exams, like a 4-figure table. You don't use the 4-figure table the first time you are going to an exam for. That is the point I was trying to say. Every student. Previously, a government was in power, they supplied 10,000 shoes, sandals, to schools around your area. It was a good program. If you supply sandals to students, basic school students, and you clap for it, every student having a mathematical source, maybe you should be jumping for it. That is a responsible government. Giving the input to the students so that the students excel. That is the government. Exploiting and exploring the economies of the country such that Ghanaians benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The President talked about the Voltaire Basin. There's been exploration going on in the Voltaire Basin. And we are going to exploit the resources for the benefit of Ghanaians. That is something you should be clapping for. I know the honourable member looking at me is excited that very soon we are going to exploit the resources in the Voltaire Basin.
Honourable, yes. You're entitled to 15 minutes, right? All right. So you was interrupted for 2 minutes. I'm allowing that 2 minutes. So we have 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't hear you.
You said you were interrupted for 2 minutes. So I'm allowing you extra 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude. I want to conclude by saying that His Excellency the President has rallied Ghanaians, including all parliamentarians, around points around issues that should lead to the prosperity of all Ghanaians. Let us support the president. Let us support the president's agenda. And let us make sure that Ghana becomes better for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Isaac Adongo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate to thank His Excellency the President for the message of the State of the Nation that was delivered to us yesterday. Mr. Speaker, as I sat and listened to His Excellency over the period of the statement, I was lost as to whether the President was presenting the state of the nation or the future of the nation. I heard more about the future of the nation that he was contemplating in 4 years and less of the state that our economy is and our country is at this point in time. Mr. Speaker, I realize that very key issues regarding our country were missing from his presentation. Under page 3, paragraph 4, His Excellency the President, when he attempted to indicate the state of our economy, all he did was to give us the targets that we had revised, but failed to tell us where we are with those targets at this moment in time. And for me, that ought to be the state of the country. And with your permission, I would like to read. It says, indeed, the cost of the COVID-19 has been enormous. Our overall economic growth rate for 2020 was revised downwards from 6.8 to 0.9. He didn't tell us where we are now. He says the non-oil economy was also revised from 6.7 to 1.6. Where we are, he didn't tell us. He said revenue shortfall was estimated at 13.5 billion, with additional expenditure relating to stemming the tide of COVID-19 estimated at 11.8 billion. Where we are, he didn't tell us. With the combined effect amounting to 25.3 billion, or 6.6% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, everybody would have thought that he would tell us where we are now in respect of these indicators, but he said nothing. But even more worrying was the fact that when the President attempted indicating some of the indicators that he thought we had achieved during his term, he fell short of telling us exactly what he has achieved in that period. And Mr. Speaker, on the same page, paragraph 2, he says, Mr. Speaker, between 2017 and the first quarter of 2020, and we are dealing with first quarter of 2021, the President is giving us the state as at first quarter of 2020. And he says, we had made considerable gains in the management of the national economy, where we witnessed annual average growth, GDP growth of 7%, single-digit inflation, reduced fiscal deficit with 3 consecutive years of primary surpluses, a relatively stable exchange rate, a significant improvement in the current account with 3 consecutive years of trade surpluses. Mr. Speaker, this cannot be far from the truth. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report that the government of Ghana submitted to the IMF to access the $1 billion relief fund, our indicators were quite clear. Mr. Speaker, we reported that in 2018, our GDP was 6.3%. We reported that in 2019, our GDP grew by 6.1%. And we indicated that 2020, we expect a GDP of 1.5%. Mr. Speaker, no amount of mathematics will give you an average of 7% of GDP growth from a figure of 6.3, 6.1, and 1.5. And yet the President looks us in the face and says that he has recorded an average GDP of 7%. I don't know where that figure is coming from. And that figure is alien to its own, the government's own report that it has published internationally. Mr. Speaker, he also says that we have achieved less than 5% overall deficit in the last 3-4 years. Mr. Speaker, from the same report, we indicate that our deficit in 2018 was 7%, our deficit in 2019 was 7.5%, and Mr. Speaker, our deficit as revised in 2020 is expected at 11.6%. So, Mr. Speaker, none of this shows any deficit of below 5%. As a matter of fact, the least that he had achieved from this data is 7%, and 7% is nowhere near a minimum of 5% or less that he has achieved. Mr. Speaker, our primary balance as reported to the IMF also shows that we had a negative 1.4% in 2018, a negative 1.8% in 2019, and a negative 4.1% in 2020. And yet the President says we have recorded primary balance surpluses consistently for 3 years. That is not supported by the facts. And that is where I get very worried. But Mr. Speaker, he talks also about our net international reserves, which have improved. And I don't see how a net international reserve that can support only 2 months would be seen as a better improvement in the economy. But Mr. Speaker, the economy is in a very dire situation. Mr. Speaker, the President was at pains to explain that he was running a robust economy until COVID-19 ravaged that economy. Mr. Speaker, from the data I have just presented, it is quite clear that we are running an economy with underlying severe conditions that COVID-19 just exploited to kill it. And so just like COVID-19, people get COVID-19 and they survive, but others get it and they die. Our economy is in this state because of the underlying conditions that we're hiding from the true state of our economy, which was an economy that was running unsustainable deficit, an economy that was running unsustainable GDP growth, an economy that was running unsustainable deficit in private balance. And all of this was clouded as positive development. And COVID-19, exploiting these underlying conditions, decided to now finish our economy. And the earlier we realize that, the better. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency says that he is going to revive this economy by introducing what we call a 100 billion of our Tampa program. And Mr. Speaker, under page 5, paragraph 1, he says, Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has exposed the need to expedite the process of moving Ghana to a situation beyond aid. That is why government has developed and is currently implementing the 100 billion CD Ghana Cares or Batampa program to transform the economy, revitalize the economy, and to achieve a turnaround in the economy. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, His Excellency the President just spent 108 billion Ghana cedis. And he did not transform the economy with 108 billion in 1 year. How does that 108 billion now spent over 3 years revive an economy like that? And so quite clearly, the 100 billion is chicken feed for a government that is used to spending 100 billion in 1 year. And yet we are being told to have hope that this time around, that same 100 billion that we spent in 1 year, when it is now spent over a period of 3 years, something meaningful will come out of it. Mr. Speaker, I have no hope that the 100 billion of our Tampa program will deliver any success in turning around the economy. But Mr. Speaker, the President spoke extensively on digitization of our economy. And His Excellency said that Ghana has made monumental progress in formalizing the economy and digitizing government services. Mr. Speaker, there are very easy international standards for measuring digitization and its impact on the delivery of government services. When you digitize an economy and you formalize the economy, such as computerizing and improving port services delivery, such as improving land administration and how people can acquire land and register them, such as improving registration of vehicles at DVLA and licensing regime, such as improving the issuance of passports, it is very, very easy to determine the impact of those activities and to be able to tell whether there was success or not. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank has a very simple measure called the ease of doing business. When you computerize government services, you reduce the bureaucracy and eliminate human intervention in the delivery of government services, which in turn...
Member, hold on. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to follow my honourable member.
Member, please, let's be guided.
Order 90.
Under what order are you coming?
Order 91.
Order 90.
91. That I want to follow.
And what is your complaint?
Sir, the areas, the specific areas within the president's speech, so that we can all follow. That is, you can see the page, so that we can follow what.
And remember, you interrupt only if he has done something wrong. So tell me what he has done wrong.
No, some of the things is that I think that I did not hear the president make those statements. So I want to follow, just to convince myself and maybe the other people also, because the speech is, we all have the speech. So you should tell us maybe on this page, and then we all follow the paragraphs, so we can follow. Seriously.
I remember, continue.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the protection. Mr. Speaker, I was making the point that when you undertake digitization and formalization of your economy, particularly in relation to digitization and formalization of government service delivery, what you do is to substitute human intervention with electronic means of delivering the same service, and that should lead to a lower cost of transacting the same business, so that it should cost less to take goods out of the port when you computerize the port. And all that is measured through the World Bank's own ease of doing business. And Mr. Speaker, the performance of this government under the World Bank ease of doing business makes mockery of any talk of digitization and formalization of the economy. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we performed 118 points on the ease of doing business. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, we did the same 118. In 2018, we performed at 114. And Mr. Speaker, in 2017, we did our worst at 120. And here, the lower the mark, the better. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, over the period, his worst performance was in 2016, and that was 108. And it is clear that John Mohammed's worst of 108 is better than Akufo-Addo's best performance of 140. And yet, the president says that His Excellency John Dramani Mohammed's economy was rudimentary, it was manual, it was not formalized, and it was not digitized. And yet that economy provided better efficiency in delivering business services than the one that is digitized and formalized. Where do you see this type of analysis? Except under His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Again, Mr. Speaker, there is a major measure of the efficiency of digitization through what we call the Corruption Perception Index. And Mr. Speaker, Corruption Perception Index, as I referred to, is different from the Afrobarometer, which talks about political corruption, such as PDS and the rest. This talks about how businessmen who operate in Ghana and other countries, such as multinationals, have to pay bribes in order to transact business in other countries. And always the Transparency International allows these business executives to evaluate where they spend more bribes in order to access the same service. So how much bribe do they pay to clear 40-footer container from the port of Ghana compared to Nigeria, compared to South Africa and Zimbabwe? And Mr. Speaker, our performance under His Excellency the President is very shocking. Mr. Speaker, the worst performance of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was 43 in 2016. The best performance of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was in 2020, and it is 43. So John Mohammed's worst performance in the Corruption Perception Index, which shows the efficiency of digitization, is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's best. So what level of digitization is this? Mr. Speaker, His Excellency, the former president, actually chalked 46, 45, and 48 between 2012, 2013, and 2014. And yet, his economy was not digitized. But the one that digitized now had a performance of 43, which is the best. And so it is quite clear that something is not adding up. Ghana's economy is retrogressing. We are failing in terms of ease of doing business because digitization only exists in the minds of some people. We are failing in terms of eliminating bureaucratic corruption by public servants and civil servants who transact government business using government portals. And yet, we are touting this shocking performance as a proper performance that we should be celebrating. Mr. Speaker, we have celebrated mediocrity for just too long. And the people of Ghana now deserve action other than rhetoric. We now deserve action other than big English. And at the end of the day, the end result is not reflecting in the performance of the government. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency said that he is now in the second year of Rose. In the first year of Rose, where he said he had performed better in terms of infrastructure, my own big brother, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, taught me one thing when he was in opposition. He said that the best way to measure the investment in infrastructure is to relate infrastructure expenditure to GDP. And at that time, he was not happy that we were doing 4.5% capital investment to GDP. Today, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the President are doing 1.8% of capital investment. And that is the year of Rose. Then if we were not in the year of Rose, what will we be doing? Quite clearly, the mediocrity and talking positivity into what is clearly a negative, less leadership regime must stop. And at the end of the day, the people of Ghana want to see a government that performs, not a government that talks through its mediocrity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Ablekuma West, Honourable Esla also.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that the deliberate actions taken over the past 4 years have culminated in the much improved state of the economy that we're all witnessing today. And they all stood us in good stead when the pandemic, unforeseen, struck. And it shows how far-sighted and visionary His Excellency, the President, was in anticipating, preparing, and responding to both the foreseen and unforeseen events. Mr. Speaker, we are indeed blessed that, like David, the good Lord prepared and reserved His Excellency for Ghana for a time such as this, to lead us out of the woods. Mr. Speaker, when the pandemic struck, none of us were to know that the steps that had been taken in 2017 were what would literally save us. We saw how the digital property address system enabled us to shelter at home during the lockdown and receive deliveries to our doorsteps when many people had to order and had goods delivered to their doorsteps. We saw the growth of businesses such as online transportation services, which many of our children and ourselves use, and to mention the Ubers and others that have also considerably helped us to beat the times that we're in. We saw how electronic payment systems, facilitated by the mobile money interoperability system that we implemented with $4 million when the previous government was in the process of implementing for $1 billion, which we came and set aside and implemented a similar system for just $4 million, helped us to stop the transmission of the virus through cash and enabled us to transact businesses electronically through mobile money. Today, check payments have fallen far behind that of mobile money because more people are using that as a means of transacting business. And it has helped us to weather the storm and spur the growth of other ancillary businesses. Many in this country who didn't see what His Excellency the President saw criticized the digital property address system and said we were spending too much money, $10 million, 10 million cedis to implement it. Today, it's proven its worth in gold, and we're seeing even more ancillary businesses derived from this platform that we have put in place. And it's just not that. Mr. Speaker, we have seen that our students were learning electronically. As the outgoing Minister for Education and current Minister for Energy indicated in his presentation, it all took the visionary leadership of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to put in place the measures that have helped us to withstand the pandemic. Not only that, it has enabled us to also start working towards seeing the realization of the broad overarching vision of a Ghana beyond aid. Helped us to dig deep within our own resources to become even more self-reliant. As he indicated in his presentation yesterday, when we found it difficult to get PPEs across the world, Ghanaian entrepreneurs were able to develop and produce our own PPEs in this country, which enabled our students to study safely when every student in the tertiary institutions, our secondary institutions, and now our primary and junior high schools were supplied with locally produced PPEs to enable us to withstand the pandemic. At the onset of the pandemic, sanitizers became very scarce. Now we're producing them locally, demonstrating that when it comes to the crunch, Ghanaians can fall on our own resources, pull up our bootstraps, and under the right leadership and with the provision of the right resources, deliver so that we can save ourselves. It took the visionary leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to make that happen. Mr. Speaker, that also lends credence to how systematically we're rolling out non-discriminatory development policies to benefit every Ghanaian living everywhere, despite whichever your particular persuasion may be. So when it comes to free SHS, nobody is asked to produce their party card before they benefit. When it comes to planting for food and jobs, every farmer is benefiting from that. When it comes to the digital initiatives, everybody is benefiting from that. And so we can continue to lament and look at the many challenges that still plague us. Or we can count our blessings and say that we've indeed been fortunate to be living under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo at a critical time such as this. And he's systematically showing that what is required is to take the bold decisions that will enable this country to withstand whatever challenges may be thrown at us. The pandemic, he indicated at page 5 of the State of the Nation address, has exposed the need to expedite the process of moving us to a situation beyond aid. And that is why we're developing the Ghana Cares Obatampa project. The medium-term outlook supported by the implementation of this program is bright, and we are confident that together we will emerge from the pandemic with a stronger and more resilient economy. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the digital initiatives that were rolled out, and the previous speaker said he doesn't see the benefits of digitization, but as the President says, if you don't open your eyes, you will not see. If you are awake and you claim to be asleep, nobody can wake you up because you will definitely be unable to wake up from your slumber. Mr. Speaker, with the institution and the implementation of the National Identity Card Project, we stand on the brink of revolutionizing the way we do things in this country. Many of us travel, and we marvel at the way things work in other parts of the world. Ghana is well on the way to showing the way on the African continent that we can also do same here. And our national ID project was designed, is being implemented and rolled out by local Ghanaian entrepreneurs. And that's what excites me, that for such a comprehensive project, we are using locally grown talent and initiative to produce a world-class infrastructure, which is the envy of nations around the world, led by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, providing the leadership in this direction. Not only our national ID project, but our digital address project was also designed and implemented by Ghanaians. And the Ghana.gov payments platform, which is enabling citizens across the country to apply for and receive passports, and very soon all other services provided by ministries, departments, and agencies electronically, apply for them and pay for them electronically, is also powered by Ghanaian firms. And so this government is demonstrating that government can use its purchasing power to grow the local innovations and technology landscape. And we have three classic examples of world-class interventions grown locally with local applications and which has global impact as well. We're doing it in this country. Other nations are coming to learn from us, and they've seen how this tripod, mobile money interoperability, digital address systems, national ID systems, has formed the foundation of the economy, which is formalizing and robust and resilient enough to withstand whatever may come our way. And yet, others say they do not see it. Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising that now we can sit in the comfort of our homes and order and receive items remotely without moving and pay for them electronically. And so that's also reducing the insecurity on our roads, when our market women can even sell their products online, receive payments electronically, deliver them remotely, and you who ordered it will receive it in the comfort of your homes. And everybody is satisfied through the wonders of technology, facilitated by the visionary leadership of our president, who sees far beyond what so many of us can see. And it is even more surprising because he was born before computers. And so even those of us who were born within this technological age are learning a lot from him. Provided the statistics on page 12, ongoing of the SONA. And that also shows us that after 4 years in office, more progress has been made in formalizing our economy than in the previous 60 years since independence. And the evidence is clear. We are not wasting the pandemic, but we are using the lessons learned from it to build back better, building more resilient systems to give effect to the overarching vision of a Ghana beyond aid. When global supply chains fail us, we will not even wait, but we will be producing what we need and use locally, and using our own homegrown talent to be self-reliant and we are on course to do just that. It is not surprising that Ghana is the fastest growing mobile money market in Africa, and we are the first to introduce universal QR codes for payments across banks, telcos, fintechs, and all merchants. And this is propelling us to be the first on the continent to move towards a largely cashless economy when it is fully rolled out across the country in the course of this year. All of that would need robust digital infrastructure to enable that to work seamlessly across the country. E-education, online education is on course with the open universities and Wi-Fi across schools and the many digital platforms that have been established for that to happen. E-health is also on course, and very soon you can consult your doctor from the privacy of your home using video conferencing from your mobile device. We're making sure that these interventions will not only be available to those of us in the cities, but many of our colleagues in this House will testify that the rural telephony project is on course. And by the middle of next year, every part of this country will be connected. Now we're even going to ensure, working together with the Ministry of Energy, that everywhere there is a power line, electricity line, we will utilize it to provide backbone fiber broadband access so that we would have high-speed connectivity across the country. And we have His Excellency the President to thank for this vision of a fully connected Ghana, digitized, focused, and taking its place amongst the Committee of Nations and showing the way as the Black Star of Africa. We are on course to do just that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for, have you been recognized by on your feet yet? Yes, Jinapo.
It's because of the telepathy between myself and you. Sometimes even before you mention my name, your smiles alone tells me that you're about to call me.
But even if I was smiling, you wouldn't see it.
I'm the only person who can see through that.
Your time is running, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the debate towards the message on the state of the nation as presented by His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was indeed a very sobering moment, because I do recall in 2017 when the President addressed us here, and that was his maiden State of the Nation address. And Mr. President did not mince words. He stated clearly that he was in a hurry. And indeed, based on the actions that followed, one could at least see a sense of that eagerness. But yesterday, Mr. Speaker, when I listened to the President, after everything, I could only come to one conclusion, that the President has hit the ground crawling. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that this government is tired. Mr. Speaker, I do recall that following the 2017 State of the Nation address, I had the opportunity to contribute to the debate. And on that fateful day, I made a bold declaration that on the 7th of January 2021, we, those on the minority side, we were going to sit at the majority side. Mr. Speaker, that came to pass, except that I forgot to add that we will sit there for 4 years. And so, Mr. Speaker, on this day, Wednesday, 10th of March 2021, once again, by the will of the Almighty God,
I wish to declare again that in 4 years' time we'll be there. We'll not be there for 1 year, we'll not be there for 1 day, we'll be there for 8 years as majority from the NDC side. Mr. Speaker, and I know that by the grace of God, it shall come to pass. Mr. Speaker, when the President addressed us, all he had to do was to be candid and tell us the true state of the nation. In 2017, the President was bold to tell us that he had inherited a debt of 122 billion. Even though we dispute that, the President stated, Mr. Speaker, that our total revenue, 99% of that amount, covered only 3 items: salaries, interest and amortization, and then the last one, statutory payments. Mr. President gave us a declaration and a commitment that he was determined to correct that anomaly, and that within 4 years, he was determined to reverse that trend. Mr. Speaker, just before we rose, we approved the appropriations for the first 3 months of the year. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 21 of the budget statement that we approved here, interest payment and amortization amounts to 10 billion cedis. However, if you look at our total revenues, Mr. Speaker, tax revenue alone amounts to 10 billion. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that when we collect our taxes, all that money, we use it to service our debt. 10 billion collected, 10 billion used to pay interest and amortization. Even when you look at total revenue, all our revenue, for these 3 months, it is 13 billion. So when you take just 2 items, that is interest and amortization, and then compensate billion, it means that out of the 17 billion. And so it tells that there's a huge deficit. From the total appropriation of 27 billion, our total revenue for that period is 13 billion. When you strike the difference, Mr. Speaker, it means that there's a deficit of 14 billion.
Can you hold on? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is in breach of Order 92.4. And it's clear. The speech of a member must have reference to the subject matter. The subject matter here, Mr. Speaker, is the state of the nation. We are not here debating economic policy or the budget. The budget is on Friday. Thank you.
Yes, speak to that.
The President spoke about the economy.
Yeah.
He says that he inherited a difficult economy and that he has done so well that the economy is now healthy. I am disagreeing with the President and stating that the statement made by the President is false, and stating that in 2017, he said that our total revenue, 99% of that captures 3 items. But today, even as he is blowing his trumpet, our total revenue cannot even cover 2 items. Mr. Speaker, the only way I can substantiate that is to refer to the primary document. The primary document is the budget, which is a public document before us. And so, Mr. Speaker, I don't get the drift of my honorable friend at all. This is normal. It's done in this house. And when we are debating and quoting figures, the Speaker would always insist that the source of the figures ought to be backed with evidence. And that's exactly what I'm doing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore clear that the President inherited a healthy economy, a better financed economy, a better managed economy, and he is bequeathing to himself an economy that is really suffering and is really in a state of comatose, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt about that. And the figures speak to the facts. Mr. Speaker, the President also said that in his second term, he would ensure that we have universal access to electricity. When the President took over, the NDC government had extended access to electricity from about 50% to 83%. That is our record. In the 4 years that the President has been at the helm of affairs, we've moved access from 83 to 85%. What it means is that every year, His Excellency the President achieves an access rate of 0.5%. If in 4 years, your access rate is 0.5%, how can you achieve and close the gap of 15% in another 4 years? Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that the President has failed when it comes to access to electricity. Even more disturbing, Mr. Speaker, is that somewhere in April last year, the President boldly told the whole Ghanaian nation that he has realized that health infrastructure was so important that he had something called Agenda 88, and that within 1 year, he would ensure that the Agenda 88, which has now transmogrified into Agenda 111, will be delivered. Mr. Speaker, we are in March, almost 1 year down the lane. Not even a spoonful of cement or concrete or mortar has been put on the floor. Mr. Speaker, in April, this same President promises that the Pualugu Dam would commence in April 2020. In fact, Mr. President went there. There was pomp and pageantry. The Pualugu Dam is in this document. If you can't find it, read it. Just when he delivered this State of the Nation, he quoted from this document. Mr. Speaker, it's 1 year now. I have been to the Pualugu Dam. Not even one wheelbarrow can be found there. The only thing I can find there is a huge signboard, well decorated with His Excellency the President's picture, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Eric Opoku talked about the food imports. Mr. Speaker, if you read the IMF document, this is the IMF document, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the President inherited a better financed economy, and that today we are having a major challenge with the economy. Mr. Speaker, today, if you want, as members of Parliament, there's so much complaint about doomsday and persistent erratic supply of energy across the country. Haven't you experienced it? Don't you have lights up on a daily basis? Mr. Speaker, we handed over a resilient energy sector. And I just heard the Minister for Energy indicate that in 2023, there's going to be some 12-point-something billion dollars of debt because of excess capacity. I can understand that he's new, and we'll help him to walk him through the rudiments, Mr. Speaker. We would educate him on the energy sector. And if he cares to know, he should read the 2020 electricity supply plan for Ghana from the Ghana Grid Company Limited. This is an official document, Mr. Speaker. And this is what GRIDCO says, Mr. Speaker. The medium-term demand supply shows that there is adequate generation to meet demand for the period 2021-2020. However, an additional 480 megawatts will be required commencing 2024. This is an official document that by 2023, he's becoming disruptive. You don't understand. Probably you haven't been engaging us in debates. My duty is to respond to fellow members who raise issues. And Mr. Speaker knows that I'm entitled that when a colleague raises an issue, I can respond to that issue and not just respond, but respond to the issue with facts and figures. Mr. Speaker, may I continue? Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect,
your time is running.
Mr. Speaker, it is therefore obvious that this so-called mantra of excess capacity, this so-called mantra of take or pay, is nothing but a huge elephantic fallacy that cannot stand the test of time. Mr. Speaker, we were told that they were rationalizing power plants. They ended up cancelling the GPGP plant, which is costing us $164 million. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, we will do some to them.
Mr. Speaker, the president was very quick to talk about a so-called 1D, 1F, that is one district, one factory program. Mr. Speaker, it's the end that justifies the means. With this so-called 1D, 1F, what is the result? Mr. Speaker, I refer to the 2020 budget statement and economic policy, page 21, table 4, which is before this house. Manufacturing sector, that is where the industries are. 2016, the growth rate was 7.9 under President Mahama. Today, the growth rate is 6.5%. That's a huge decline. The construction sector in 2016 was 8.4%. Today, the construction sector is negative 8.5%. Mr. Speaker, if this is not a failure, if this is not an abysmal performance, then what else is it? Mr. Speaker, the president said that the Zongo Development Fund, the Ministry of Special Development Initiative, they've done so well, so much that he has decided to collapse those ministries. This is the irony, that they've done so well, they've performed so well, their performance is unprecedented. So the only way to reward them is to collapse those ministries and bring them under his presidency. Mr. Speaker, the only thing I remember the Zongo Development Fund do when I was an MP was to go to Nima and to teach the women how to prepare wache. It was published. How to prepare wache. Mr. Speaker, if it's about preparation of wache, then I tell you my grandmother is an expert in the preparation of wache. Mr. Speaker, clearly the Ghanaian has been impoverished. The electricity company of Ghana was a profit-making entity before we handed over. Today, their debt has risen from 800 to 2 billion, and in 2020...
Hold on. Yes. Available leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to Standing Order 93.4. 93.4. That the speech of a member must have reference to the subject matter under discussion. Mr. Speaker, I'm from a typical Zongo constituency, and I can say with all humility that the Zongo Development Fund, as we speak, the Ansurudin School at Fadama is under construction. The Fadama cluster has a new community stadium. Skills development of our women folk in the Zongo community to beef up their skills in the preparation of our favorite delicacy. What's part?
He's not out of
Yape Kusagu. It's not a Zongo. There's no Zongo in Yape Kusagu.
You have less than 1 minute. Can you conclude?
In conclusion, I was shocked to the core. I was shocked to the marrow when His Excellency the President looked into our faces and told us that the Ajapa deal was coming back to this house. Mr. Speaker, without equivocation, let me state that this Ajapa deal should be considered dead on arrival. We would not be part of that Ajapa deal today, tomorrow or another. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this Ajapa deal should be considered dead on arrival because it would not inure to the benefit of this country. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity and may God bless you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Second D, Ajapa Mesa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that was ably moved by the Member of Parliament for Okaikoi Central. Mr. Patrick Yabuama, that this Honorable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered to Parliament on Tuesday, 9th March 2021. Mr. Speaker, before I even proceed to deal with the substantive matter that I intend to address, my honorable colleague from Yape Kusebu sought to contradict the Honorable Energy Minister for the figures that he put out relative to the energy sector shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand the Energy Sector Recovery Program, which indicates clearly in Table 2 the power sector cash flow summary 2018 through to 2023. Speaker, it says that the 2018 figures, arrears, is $2,748,000,000 US. This is increasing on an annual basis such that the projected figure for 2023 is $12,554,000,000 US. This is an official document of the government of the Republic of Ghana, which shows that the worst case scenario, if nothing is done about the energy sector shortfalls, clearly,
yes,
this is where we are going.
Hold on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I come on, I hope that the order is right. Order 92.1, 1A, that no member shall interrupt any other member except by rising to a point of order. That is where any of these orders is alleged to have been infringed. Whereupon the member speaking shall resume his seat, and the member interrupting, shall simply direct attention.
Tell me what you have done wrong.
Mr. Speaker, is quoting. That's the Energy Sector Recovery Report that was authored, I think, January 2019. That report, the 12.5 billion that they talked about, the projection, includes the
member, you want to make a contribution. When it gets your turn, you can make a contribution.
Sir,
please, please continue.
Yes,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, indeed, I have a World Bank document which outlines the annual power sector and then the annual gas sector shortfalls in the energy sector and the accumulation, and the reasons that are attributable by the World Bank for the mess that really we are experiencing. Speaker, it says that the main reasons for the revenue shortfalls are as follows: high generation cost, expensive negotiated power purchase agreements between ECG and IPPs, excess power capacity and gas oversupply, and the discourse operational inefficiency, high inefficiency losses, and then low tariffs. So, Speaker, I cannot begin saying that the reason for the shortfalls that we are encountering as a nation is as a result of the factors that are outlined in the document that I just made available to this House. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if you look at this same World Bank document and you look at the peak demand and the installed capacity pre-2015 and post-2015, Speaker, nobody, and I mean nobody, will convince you that indeed all the capacity that was contracted between 2015 to date has really not been consumed. What it means is that we are paying, in fact, for power that we do not need. This is a matter of fact. And nobody, I challenge my colleagues on the other side to
bring contrary figures that would challenge the ones that are put out before this House. Speaker, indeed, yesterday was a great day. His Excellency the President appeared before the August House of Parliament in accordance with his constitutional mandate and delivered the State of the Nation address. He touched on key sectors of the economy and indicated in his conclusions that indeed the state of our economy is strong. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President touched on the economy and the impact of COVID-19 on our fortunes and clearly outlined the measures that his government was taking to ensure through the Ghana Cares program of Batampa to take Ghana out of the impact of COVID-19 and to put our economy back on rebound. He mentioned education, he mentioned digitalization, he mentioned agric, and several other areas that policies were being implemented to ensure that Ghana gets out of the doldrums that we find ourselves in. Mr. Speaker, indeed, nobody can deny that COVID-19 really has impacted our economy significantly. Because if you look at the economic trajectory between 2017 and 2019, Ghana was on the rise. All the economic indicators point to an economy that had been transformed from where it was that His Excellency the President had inherited in 2017. And clearly, we were on the path of becoming an upper middle income economy in accordance with the vision of the Ghana Beyond Aid until COVID struck. COVID has impacted the entire globe. Ghana cannot be an exception. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, what struck me was a profound commitment that His Excellency made relative to the engagement going forward of this House on what he intends to do with Ejapa Royalties Limited. Mr. Speaker, indeed, at page 15 of the address, His Excellency the President said, and with your kind permission, if I may, Mr. Speaker, let me at this point assure the House that in the course of this session of Parliament, government will come back to engage. Speaker, the key word is engage the House on the steps it intends to take on the future of the Ejapa transaction. Speaker, I was struck because indeed every member here will recall that post the approval of the Ejapa transaction by this House in August 2020, there was a lot of brouhaha in the public space. Speaker, indeed, it took center stage in the election to the point that the special prosecutor conducted what he called a corruption risk assessment and issued a report. Post that, His Excellency the President then suspended the transaction and directed the finance minister to submit the documents to Parliament for further review. People suggested at the time that he was only doing so because he wanted the political season to be over and then not come back. Clearly, His Excellency the President having renewed, or the people of Ghana having renewed his mandate, clearly having won the election, clearly having had prior parliamentary approval. Speaker, I dare say that His Excellency the President is not under any obligation to re-engage Parliament on the Ejapa transaction. But obviously he's a man of his word. He did not want the people of Ghana to think that he said the things that he said purely on account of politics. And so, consistent with his nature, post the election, at his first State of the Nation address, he has come to Parliament to inform the people of Ghana through their representatives that he intends to engage Parliament on the Ejapa royalties transaction going forward. Speaker, that clearly demonstrates to us that Mr. President is a leader of conviction and that we should commend him for the decision to come before this House to re-engage Parliament on the Ejapa transaction. Speaker, I've heard my colleagues on the other side clearly suggest that they are not going to support the Ejapa royalties transaction. Speaker, strange. Because indeed, The Japan royalties transaction was never new. We all in this house, as far back as 2017, in the 2018 budget, were apprised by the finance minister of what he intends to do with our mineral royalties going forward. Indeed, in the budget statement of 2018, he indicated that appropriately was going to come before this house with legislation to that effect. True to form, in 2018, this house passed the Minerals Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978. The Speaker, with your permission, if I may, read section 2 and 3 of the Mineral Fund. The objects of the fund are to A, maximize the value of the income due the Republic from the mineral wealth of the country for the benefit of its citizens. B, monetize the minerals income accruing to the Republic in a beneficial, responsible, transparent, accountable, and sustainable manner. And C, develop and implement measures to reduce the budgetary exposure of the Republic to the minerals income fluctuations. The Speaker is instructed. Section 3 says that the fund may create and hold equity interest in a special purpose vehicle in any jurisdiction in federals of its object, and the special purpose vehicle shall be free to operate as a regular commercial company. This is the law that this House passed. Indeed, in the 2019 budget, the finance minister proceeded to inform this House in paragraph 217, partial securitization of mineral royalties, in black and white, what it was that government intended to do pursuant to the passage of the Act. Yet, Mr. Speaker, post the approval in 2020 August, Ghanaians were made to believe that this transaction was shrouded in some secrecy, that His Excellency the President, together with his family members, were seeking to, if you like, appropriate the assets of this country for their personal benefit. Was that factual? Was that the truth? Mr. Speaker, if the securitization of our mineral royalties was wrong, one would wonder what informed the decision by the NDC government in 2011 to embark on a similar project. They failed. And so, when another government comes and deploys industry to ensure that the policy that as political actors are well at idem as regards in its implementation, what was the purpose of all the accusations that were thrown at people in government otherwise than for political purpose? So, Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly excited that His Excellency the President has indicated that he is going to re-engage Parliament to discuss this matter. The rationale for the securitization of our mineral royalties are clear. It clearly inures to the benefit of our country, and I will urge my colleagues on the other side that when that engagement does happen, we all should rally behind His Excellency the President so that we can derive maximum benefit for our royalties for the people of Ghana. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable Amma Kofi-Boy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, there's one statement that I agree with the President on in his speech. There was a paragraph where he congratulated the Right Honourable Speaker and highlighted his long and honourable service to the country. I also agree with the President when he stated that in the face of the global pandemic that has ravaged lives and livelihood in all parts of the world, we cannot afford to pursue an interest that will leave our nation and its citizens poorer for it. Mr. Speaker, that was a very profound statement. And I think, for starters, the President can show commitment to that statement by reinstating the Auditor General, Daniel Dominovo. Mr. Speaker, I quote the President from page 3, paragraph 2. Mr. Speaker, and I quote, And he was talking about the impact of COVID. And he said the survey again showed that about 770,000 workers had their wages reduced, and about 42,000 employees were laid off during the 3-week partial lockdown imposed in the Greater Accra and Greater Kumasi areas and their contiguous district. He also said that government, however, succeeded in protecting jobs and incomes of the private sector. Speaker, the point here is that the President was admitting the impact of COVID and how especially the private sector has been struggling. What we did not see was a clear direction, a clear strategy, a stimulus plan to really save the private sector. The President was very proud in talking about how government has succeeded in protecting jobs and incomes of public sector workers. Mr. Speaker, what is the percentage of public sector workers? The business of government is to create the enabling environment for the private sector to create jobs. And we know as we speak today that what the private sector needs. Last 2 weeks, we were hearing Guta talking about increase in taxes and the challenges of simply doing business in Ghana. What is government doing in these critical times to really lower taxes and make it easy? Reduce regulation. Let's see how we are doing on the ease of doing business. And Ghana's position on the World Corruption Index. Are we improving or are we getting worse? Are we encouraging people to invest in our country? These are very critical. If we want to create jobs for the teeming youth, this is what you do. Your government talked about a very grandiose program called Obatampa Cares. Mr. Speaker, I read through that. But that is another bloated government bureaucracy. And by the time we implement that, I'm sure a lot of private jobs will have collapsed as they have already. Now, Mr. Speaker, my disappointment was on the President's position and the plan on the African Continental Free Trade Area. He touted the effort of Ghana as the headquarters of AFTA. Very important. And let me be very clear. If we want to give credit, we start from President Mills on down to President Mahama. Great achievement, but that is not enough. The African Continental Free Trade is a great opportunity for Ghana to lead. Mr. Speaker, why is it so important? It's important because that is where jobs, that is where our liberation is, a real economic independence. And I'll give you some numbers. In 2019, the total volume of trade in Africa was $460 billion. Only $69 billion was transacted among African countries. We're expecting the President to give us a strategy on how Ghana can lead that effort in really taking advantage of AFTA. Most of the imports traded that are traded in Africa are things that we can produce, and the President acknowledged that. What are we doing to add value? And to really reach the 1.3 billion customers on the continent.
Honourable Member, hold on. Honourable Members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we wanted the President to really increase emphasis on the hurdles that we face as a country. How are we competing, for example, with Rwanda in terms of communication infrastructure? Why is Rwanda far ahead of us already? And what is the strategy for us to bypass Rwanda? In the area of telecommunication, our financial sector rigidities, what are we doing? Why is it so difficult to send money from Ghana to Burkina Faso and to send it to the United States? What is the strategy? Is Ghana leading the way? That's what we wanted to hear from the President. Poor infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 weeks, we've seen what is happening with electricity supply. Businesses want stable power supply. We need to focus on what is really the cause of it. And we know that we need to continue and not take our eye on the ball of our investment on transmission and distribution infrastructure. That is where the problem is. Mr. Speaker, what are we doing as incentives for the private sector? And in terms of COVID, the interventions we are doing, we must basically start looking broader, not inward. We must start thinking about cross-border strategies to address COVID and show leadership. Fortunately, the president is the president of ECOWAS. And these were very, very important. It is important that getting the headquarters in Ghana must not be enough for us. We must take advantage of it and become the real leader when it comes to African continental free trade. And this president must lead the way. We did not hear that in his statements. Mr. Speaker, the president also talked about, and as has been stated, the one district, one factory. He talked about some numbers, but I asked everybody here, do you have a new factory in your district? You tell me. Have you seen a brand new factory built from the scratch? You tell me. I don't have one. I know he doesn't want to have one. This charade of factories is not what is going to create a job.
I remember, hold on. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side is misleading the House. He just asked a question that under 91A, so go back to the other paper. I want to tell him that I've seen a new 1D1F in my constituency, not any other place. One district, one factory, brick and tile factory at
Honorable member for Tano.
There's no factory going on anywhere.
Honorable member for Tano North or South.
Tano North, Mr. Speaker.
Tano North, kindly resume your seat. You will get your opportunity, then you will tell us what you have in your constituency. Honorable, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the president talked about the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Program. Very, very, very important. But Mr. Speaker, this must be looked in a bigger context. And we must do that, taking the world with us. We already have issues and questions that has been raised about Atiwa Forest. I think it's important that we address those issues before, as we speak, the world's biggest miners of bauxite have already indicated that they will not be part of an illegality. And it's important that Ghana takes steps that will carry them with us. And that these grandiose ideas about bauxite and mining of alumina will not be succeeded. We cannot succeed if we don't carry the world with us. Mr. Speaker, I move to energy. The president, and I'll remind you, on Thursday, 21st of February 2019, was in this house, and he spoke at length about oil discovery, and in some ways even boasted. And let me quote the president. There has been good news with the recent announcement by Aker Energy of one of the biggest oil finds in Africa. This has led me to think that the NPP government must be good for Ghana. This is unquote. This was followed by a rise to this house to amend previous agreements and process to reduce Ghana's stake in the AGM. In fact, we did, from 43 to 18%. We even went ahead to do an amendment on Aker's agreement, where we reduced the power of the Petroleum Commission and even made the minister reduce his powers. And the agreement at the time was that we have discovered oil, and Aker was going to add more oil stock, and so we need to give them all the benefits in the world. What happened to the Aker development? Why was the president silent? Let the world know that we only have 3 producing oil fields in Ghana. It's Jubilee, it's TEN, it's Sankofa. And these major oil fields that are giving Ghana money today were brought on stream by the NDC government led by John Dramani Mahama. Yeah. Nothing more. Mr. Speaker, the president also talked about gas. And I'm going to prove that the NPP government is a good talker and the NDC is the doer. Let's remind ourselves where we have come from. Mr. Speaker, we started from ground zero, where nobody thought we could do it. No flaring policy. Started from the scratch, built a Atuabu gas processing plant, built the ENI Sankofa Jinyami. for power and non-power purposes. We strategize about using gas for power production and beyond power production, use it for industries today. Look along the gas value chain and you will see industries that are sprung up. Wankam ceramic plant using gas. Typhoid ceramic plant using gas. In fact, we took the gas pipeline not only to Takoradi, we took it to Prestia. And now Jensa, Dama mines, they are all using gas. Strategy, creating a quantum leap using our oil resources. Mr. Speaker, but this is what the President stated yesterday. He says a gas processing plant train is being constructed in the western region to complement the Atuabo gas processing plant to increase delivery to power and non-power users. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a complete, I'm sorry to say, falsehood. There is no plant anywhere, no new construction of any gas plant anywhere. Anybody can challenge it. We are aware that the gas plant at Atuabo must be expanded. There are plans, and we have a Ghana Gas Board person here. There are plans for environmental impact assessments. We are invitation for proposals. But Mr. Speaker, that cannot be a construction of a gas plant. We are not there. I don't know who wrote that for the President to say. Again, let the world know that we have 2 gas processing plants in Ghana. The Atuabo gas processing plant and the ENS Sankofa gas plant that were built by the NDC government led by President Mills and John Dramani Mahama. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I say it again confidently, that the NPP are good talkers, the NDC are doers. Mr. Speaker, but as more, we gave this government a simple assignment. We have brought a pipeline to Takoradi. The western gas must reach the eastern Tema. Extend the pipeline and make sure enough gas can reach Tema. This was not too difficult. After how many years? The President said yesterday the Takoradi portion has been completed. When will we complete the project? We even gave you a strategic one that says that let's have a dedicated pipeline inland to make sure that we can get gas in the big industrial centers, Cape Coast, Winneba, and others, so that industries can use gas. It's gone somewhere. No strategy. Yet on a daily basis, we are really told about industrialization, but the real work is not being done. Mr. Speaker, the President also talked about access to electricity. And you have to look at the numbers. He gave us for the first time a number, 85.17%, that there has been an increase. But Mr. Speaker, let me be very conservative. If the NDC left office and the access to electricity was about 84%, and after 5 years you tell us that you are about 85%, what does that mean? It means at least every 5 years we move 1%. When are we going to get universal access? Mr. Speaker, the President says he's going to reach 100% access to electricity. But Mr. Speaker, the President was silent about what is so critical, where the world is going. Renewable energy. Not one word. But we know that we cannot have universal access unless communities, as we speak, Ghana has 200 island communities, 1,000 communities that will not have access to the national grid. It means they will need off-grid solutions. What is the strategy? How are we implementing even what we have actually put in our own laws? Mr. Speaker, there's so much to do. The President's State of the Nation address did not give us too much hope. But I hope he can come again. We've listened to this President for 5 years. And on a yearly basis, there's so much that he talks about, and there's so much little he delivers. The president must make this year different. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable number 4, Bosomtwe, Dr. Elichu.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion by Honorable Member for Kakwe Central, Honorable Patrick Buama. Mr. Speaker, I sit here and I'm wondering, was I in the same room with my colleagues? Yes. Because I heard some different things. I heard exciting news and a bold vision by the President talking about the gross tertiary enrollment ratio and saying that research shows that there's a linkage between education and economic transformation. But you get it right when you follow the gross tertiary enrollment ratio, recognizing that 18.8% gross tertiary enrollment ratio is one of the highest in Africa. But it's not going to take us anywhere unless we begin to look at how do we transform those numbers from 18.8 to 40% as espoused in our education sector strategic plan. And Mr. Speaker, that strategic plan was begun by our colleagues on the other side. And when they left, we continued the process and came up with a 2018-2030 education strategic plan that says that if we are going to transform the fortunes of this country, we better align the critical indicators of education, which in turn transform the socioeconomic fortunes of this country. The President says he's going to ensure that the goals of the strategic plan is implemented, and that by 2030, we are going to have a 40% gross tertiary enrollment ratio, which simply says that you have the critical mass and the critical minds to transform your country. And this is a bold agenda set by the President. The Minister for Education are also excited because my work is not cut out for me. I know what the President expects of me. I know what the President expects of the Education Ministry. I know what the President expects of all of us to really work hard and deliver something that will transform this country forever. And Mr. Speaker, the President talked about WAEC and all the things we've heard about WAEC, the leakages, the malpractices. And Mr. Speaker, last year there was a school in this country where there was, they thought they had a question before the exams. The question didn't show up, and after the exam, they went on rampage destroying school properties. Unthinkable. The President says in Ghana, that is not allowed, and that is not going to continue. So he's not just about enforcement, but coming up, he has tasked me with the responsibility to work with WAEC, come up with strategies to ensure this is a thing of the past. Because if students believe that they can cheat, they are not going to learn. If teachers believe that they can help students to cheat, they are not going to teach. And if headmasters believe that their schools, their students can just do well, if efforts are not made to get them to study, then we have a problem on our hands. So even though in education we talk about curriculum, we talk about instruction, we talk about assessment, and invariably, we believe that in education we call that CIA. We believe that when you do your curriculum, you instruct it well, and then you do the assessment. But invariably, and for practical purposes, the test comes first. The assessment comes first. If the assessment does not have integrity, your curriculum does not have integrity, your instructional delivery doesn't have integrity, and your education system will be an education system to nowhere. So the President says, let's stop it, and it's going to be stopped, so that all of us will believe in our system, international communities will understand that in Ghana, our education system had the credibility that it deserves. And Mr. Speaker, the President has also laid a bold agenda for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. And he was not simply talking about what we are going to do, he was also talking about what we are doing. And Mr. Speaker, 20 STEM centers under construction, a number of them will be operationalized the next academic year. And also we have science schools under construction. And these science schools are going to be like the future schools of Singapore. We are going to operationalize them in the way that it becomes the schools of choice, so that in this placement season, when everybody wants to get to Wesley Girls, we're going to get 10 more schools that can be like Wesley Girls and compete just like Wesley Girls, so that the pressure, especially on me, will be less. Mr. Speaker, this is a bold president with a bold agenda for socio-economic transformation through education. And besides the gross tertiary enrollment ratio, the recognition that we are in dangerous times, we are in a pandemic, and that everything will be done to ensure that our children are safe. We see in this era, education and COVID-19 have become strange bedfellows. They have to coexist. And you have to maintain that balance. And the president has just done that to ensure that our children are safe and to ensure that education is also done in a way that will bring about the benefits that this country actually needs. So yesterday was a great day. Yesterday was an exciting day, talking about the WASI pass rate that has been one of the best with the advent of free senior high school, talking about the many students who have now have the opportunity for secondary education under his watch, talking about all the big things that are happening in the area of education. It's really excited. It was an exciting moment to understand that Ghanaian children can compete just like other children around the world by providing them all the necessary tools and equipment for them to do well, not forgetting the teachers who are the fulcrum around which education revolves, and understanding that teachers are going to be given the tools that will enable them to do their work in the manner of equipping them with laptops and to the unions so that they can do their work as we expect of them. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was a great day that we began to take stock of what we have accomplished and where we are going from here. And the area of education, the bold agenda set by the president is really going to set us apart in the world and is going to get us to a point where education can truly perform its rightful goal, transformation of our dear nation, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Dr. Karadonko, Crew Western.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for the opportunity to contribute to the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the President's position that on page 17, where the President says they are paying up all energy sector debt. That is a good observation. But paying of energy sector debt did not begin with His Excellency the President's administration and will not end with the administration. What His Excellency the President omitted was the vehicle being used to pay the energy sector legacy debt, which was the ESLA. And this House passed the ESLA in 2016. And therefore, if you want to take credit for paying off the debt, the minimum you could do was to at least mention the vehicle to be used. It's not just a consolidated account expenditure. This is revenue purposely set aside to pay this legacy debt. And I wish my president had been more candid. He also stated that by paying off energy sector debt, among others, there will be affordability of power in the country. Mr. Speaker, affordability connotes the ability of the citizenry to pay without sweat their power bills. Affordability is not just a function of price, it is also a function of income. If aggregate incomes are stagnating, if not declining, then the ability to pay power tariffs, the ability is compromised. And therefore, if we want to improve the ability of people to pay, then we must work on improving incomes. It is a two-sided equation. It is not just a function of price. Affordability will also be determined by the stability of the currency. Indeed, 70 to 80% of the payables of the power sector is dollar denominated, whereas over 90% of the receivables is CD denominated. And therefore, any disequilibrium between the two impacts on the ability of the energy sector to be sustainable, and therefore the ability of the sector to pass down competitive prices. A former Minister of Energy, Dr. Joe Otiaje, once said that we didn't have an energy problem in Ghana. We have a finance problem. Finance is at the root of all the power problems we have in this country, and we must recognize that. We should also concentrate on working on the stability of the currency. No matter how much subsidies we build into our pricing, if our currency stability situation is not arrested, those subsidies will create more debts. To promote affordability, we must also be innovative in our approaches. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, if any serious country wants to improve efficiency, the first point you look at is the efficiency of the plants. I was hoping to hear from my president some plans to turn the Kontema plant into a combined cycle plant to reduce the average cost of generation. The heat recovery unit does not use fuel. Currently, Kontema plant, the 220 megawatt Kontema plant, operates a simple cycle plant. So the drive to improve efficiency must start from the technical perspective. In the same Tema corridor, Mr. Speaker, we have the SNET plant and another VRA plant, each with a capacity of 110 megawatts, sitting in the same compound and yet operating two simple cycle plants. Where is the plan to turn this into a combined cycle plant? For those who might be new to the sector, TAPCO in Takrady was a simple cycle plant. We turned TAPCO into a combined cycle by adding the heat recovery unit and increasing generating capacity from 220 to 330, using no extra fuel. Again, TICO, also in Takrady, was a 220G frame plant. We turned that into combined cycle from 220 to 330. That is efficiency. That is reducing the cost of generation, because the third unit will not use fuel. It just uses the exhaust heat of the two units. So if we're talking about affordable power, Mr. Speaker, I want to see us throw away the propaganda rhetoric and look at technical solutions within our grips. These are low-hanging fruits. Mr. Speaker, we must also become innovative in our approaches to finance in the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, when this House approved the Ameri project, there was hue and cry, born largely out of misunderstanding. Mr. Speaker, 5 years now, this country owns a plant that has a 20 years of useful life left at no cost to the country, because by using the BOT approach, we had paid upfront through tariffs without having to go and borrow money, without encumbering the state's balance sheet. And today we have the plant. That is not the only innovative approach we can use. It is an example of innovation that has to become a driving force of this country. Mr. Speaker, I also read in my President's State of the Nation address the LNG plant. That an LNG plant in Tema will come on stream. Mr. Speaker, this House approved a short-term LNG plant for 5 years in 2015. But it was for 5 years, a short term, because at that time we identified a gap in the supply chain for gas. And we had become too dependent on the West African gas pipeline from Nigeria, which was extremely reliable for its unreliability. And therefore, there was this short-term plan. Today, we have more than one gas field. And indeed, a colleague from the other side, Honorable Ms. Ajapa Mesa, quoted a document that I had not cited, saying that we have an oversupply of gas. And that is one of the causes of the energy sector debt. If we have an oversupply of gas, why bring in more expensive, long-term LNG facility? What is the justification? Mr. Speaker, particularly when even a second one is being planned. These are questions that we should ask ourselves. Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity, and this has been on the drawing board from our 2015-2016, to have an independent second pipeline with dual flow capability serving the eastern and western corridors of this country. Mr. Speaker, that pipeline, which should be owned by the sovereign people of Ghana, will give us the leverage to set up industrial belts along the coastal line. It will give us security, because it will have dual flow capability, to give us security for the two corridors of our power industry. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by touching on the Butean Basin. I see the President mentioning work on the Butean Basin. It is extremely good to at least explore all our basins. But Mr. Speaker, we should not be excited, we should not be in a rush to move on to the Butean Basin. Every single oil-producing country in our sub-region that has had problems with oil production, especially problems of human security, this had emanated from onshore exploration. So there is a lot of careful work that we will need to do, a lot of consultations that we will need to do. There is a long way to go how do we mitigate the possible negative impact of onshore production, where human settlements will struggle with oil exploration, where the question of local will become critical. Fortunately, presently, we are offshore. In the offshore regime, the challenges are minimal compared to the challenges of onshore. So I would have been happy if my president had stated that some national consensus is being built. Some team is working or will be working on the steps needed to minimize any social, economic, and ethnic disturbances that can arise out of the Botean Basin exploration. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector is such a critical motor for socio-industrial development that issues of the sector should move beyond partisanship to a level of consensus, national planning, national interest, and national cohesion. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Stephen Amo, Honorable Member for Nshayaso. Okay. Honorable Habib Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But for the records, it's Habib Idrisu, Member of Parliament for Tolon Constituency, not Habib Mohammed.
Well, what is before me is
Habib Idrisu.
Very well. Let the record reflect that the honorable member on his feet is Habib Idrisu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to contribute to on the State of the Nation address presented by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President for his vivid picture on the current state of the nation. It couldn't have been better than what was presented. And the Member of Parliament for Yape Kushebu was struggling to justify that there is doomsday in the country. Mr. Speaker, the National Electrification Scheme have actually worked, and the access to electricity in various communities in Ghana has actually risen to about 85%. And it is the hope of this government that by 2025, we should be able to have about 100% communities connected to electricity. It's not just the access, but it is also about the stable connectivity. This is not the kind of doomsday we used to have previously, where factories were collapsing, where people were losing their jobs, and where electrical appliances were being damaged as a result of unstable electricity. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the presentation the President did on the State of the Nation, if you look at the then Ministry of Special Initiative Development, led by Honorable Howard Humsen, currently the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture. The One Village, One Dam, for instance, where we were able to have about 427 dams. This has actually helped, especially looking at part of the northern region. It has actually helped. These are trying and difficult moments for farmers and the people in the northern region. And these dams couldn't have come at the best time than what His Excellency and the MPP government have been able to do. And the Tamale Water Project, as the President stated in paragraph 17 of the State of the Nation address. We will be very glad if at least concrete work have started, and this will cover all part of Tamale and extend to my constituency, which is the Tolong constituency, and then Kumbungu constituency, and other part of the region. Mr. Speaker, I want to also commend the President for actually stating clearly the current state of the nation. If you look at paragraph 3 of the nation address, and with your permission, I quote, the President says, "Let me use this opportunity to congratulate once again the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Kingsford Sumana Babin, on becoming Speaker of the 8th Parliament. He has a distinguished career, having entered the first Parliament and the Fourth Republic in 1993, and came to meet, the President met him in 1997, and then he was now being made to be part of the three wise men. Emphasize on the three wise men. People, opportunities were relegated, and at the moment, the three wise men, because of the state of this nation, one of them is the third most important person in this country. The other person is a member of the Council of State, and another member is back into this house. This shows that it's because of the good work of this government that the potential of individuals have now come back to bear. Mr. Speaker, the current Ministry of Youth and Sports, Honorable Mustafa Yusuf, have started as one of the best or the luckiest Ministry of Youth and Sports. On Sunday, the Black Settlers were able to get the cap of the under-20 for the fourth time for this country. This is a good initiative. In 2018, Ghana won the bid to host the All-African Games for 2023. The government is actually working with the local organizing committee to make sure that this thing or the tournament become a success. It is going to create jobs, it's going to create opportunities in the country, and then we'll be able to move forward. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 19 of the State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency the President, he talked about the Livelihood Empowerment Program Against Poverty, LEAP, at a difficult time that we have with the COVID situation, yet access to the LEAP has actually widened. And I want to commend the President for the good work being done. The State of the Nation address couldn't be more than what the President have actually presented. Looking at the security industry, if you look at the police service actually were crying in the previous administration of the NDC. At the moment, you could see that they have actually been given new pickups, helicopters, a lot of equipment, and some of the CIDs have actually been motivated by giving a form of allowances to encourage them to be able to do much for the country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the military, they have actually been very professional. We don't actually hear for the first time in the history of this country that military men vandalizing properties and destroying other people's farms. I want to commend, Mr. Speaker, the President of the Republic of Ghana for this beautiful and clear presentation of the State of the Nation address. And this is very clear, and our friends from the opposite side need to open their eye very widely, and they'll see that this is exactly the state of the nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Edward Bauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that was moved by the MP for Okaikwe Central, Honorable Patrick Yabuama. And in doing that, Mr. Speaker, it is important to state that when the President is fulfilling a constitutional requirement by telling Ghanaians through Parliament the state of the nation, it is important that he captures every facet of the nation and how it affects us directly. You will realize that surprisingly, aside
on page 25, where the president just gave a hint of issues of governance and how certain monies had been allocated to anti-corruption agencies. Nothing seriously was said about the issue of corruption. But, Mr. Speaker, to be able to appreciate the government of this problem, it is important to realize that just 3 years, 2017, 2018, 2019, CDD's Corruption Watch reported that Ghana lost 9.6 billion to corruption. 9.6 billion. The total bill for SHS in Ghana on the average is 1.2 billion annually. So it tells you that just for 3 years, what we lost through corruption can fund SHS for 8 solid years. Wow. So for the president not to have given a hint on how we deal with corruption was, to a very large extent, very disappointing. Yes, but it is not surprising, because you recall that even when Transparency International decided to publish what they call the Corruption Perception Index, when Ghana placed 75th, the reason they gave, primarily, was the fact that government in itself was not transparent in our covert receipts, the monies that we use in fighting corruption, covert, that they were not transparent in the usage of the covert funds. So it's a very clear indication. It is an area that the president will definitely stay away from. But it is important to also note that just about 3 or 4 days ago, no, that was on Monday, the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors launched a report. And in that report, Mr. Speaker, it was stated that Ghana lost in 2019, Ghana lost $1.9 billion as a result of tax evasion. They prescribed certain reasons why we had lost such an amount of money in terms of revenue collection. They zeroed down on a particular scheme that is known as Petroleum Product Marking Scheme. Mr. Speaker, this is a scheme that was launched in 2012 under the John Mahama Mills administration. What is it about? This was in response to the fact that we had so much in our system petroleum smuggling. We had a lot of dumping of petroleum products in our systems. And to a very large extent, we had adulterated products, petroleum products, at our retail stations, which were a threat not only to the environment, but even to our engines. And I'm talking about car engines. So, as part of the scheme, usually a chemical is doped into the, into the petroleum product and sent to the retail shop. So, for example, if MPA were supposed to go round to station A to check and see if this product that is being sold has been taxed, obviously one of the things they will look for is whether it has been marked. So anytime it is marked, it ascertains the fact that you can guarantee the quality. And 2, that the product has been taxed. There's another part of the product, because of the fact that we deal with the Sahelian countries, and all of them come, because they are landlocked countries, they pick their products from Ghana. Those products that are meant for the Sahelian countries are not taxed in Ghana. And so they are picked up there and sent directly to the Sahelian countries. The truth of the matter is that these products come under the guise of being sent to the Sahelian countries, but at the end of the day, they end up in our retail stations that we buy our fuel from. Obviously, these are products that are not going to be taxed. And therefore, if MPA were to go to check on that, they will realize that they have not been marked. So basically, you realize that because of these 2 things, that's how we've had this problem of not having collected up to about 1.9 billion
But that is not where the story is juicy. The report goes to identify the people who are involved in this cartel. And you will be surprised to hear that apart from the Ghana Revenue Service, the officials of the Ghana Revenue Authority, that will definitely know that because of the fact that they are responsible for taking up taxes. We have the national security that has been mentioned. And in fact, officials of the presidency that have been mentioned in that report. So it is understandable that Mr. President will come and after speaking to us for 2.5 hours, we are talking about pages. We are talking of a total of about 26 pages. He just chose to just tell us that, yes, they have resourced, what do you call it, anti-corruption agencies, which you and I even know. Budgeting for an agency is different from releasing the actual amounts to the agency. Mr. Speaker, my next point I need to talk about has to do with my disappointment in the president yesterday in talking about the legacy debt. And I tried looking to see whether his speechwriters were the people who put it in the speech. Because at the time he was reading the speech to us, no member of parliament, unless somebody had it, but no member of parliament had the document. And so when he spoke and turned to his left and pointed and said, we have paid the legacy debt that you left behind. And he pointed at them, and I realized that either his speechwriters had misled him, or he himself was being, excuse my language because he is the president, he was being disingenuous. Mr. Speaker, legacy debt. There's a reason why it is called legacy debt. It is called legacy debt because these are debts that have been accumulated over governments. And when in 2015, the NDC government realized that this was becoming a burden for successive governments, there was a need to put a full stop to this. And so the legacy debt was ring-fenced. And then we took a decision as a country that we were going to levy ourselves. And therefore we passed what we call the Energy Sector Levy Act. That gave the state 5 solid years to tax Ghanaians anytime we bought petroleum products, to retire the $2.4 billion debt. And so the assumption was also that within that particular period, subsequent liabilities that came along, we were supposed to settle them on time, whilst we deal with the $2.4 billion. I do know, and everybody will remember, in 2016, when the NDC government, and so the MPP government, they were on rooftops describing the then president as heartless, somebody who did not feel for the common Ghanaian. Fast forward, we all do know today that the period in which we were supposed to collect these taxes, which was 5 years, the MPP came, not only they did not abolish the ESLA, what they did was that they increased the tenure to 10 years.
This is. Remember, you have 1 more minute.
What? Go ahead. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought I had 15 minutes.
Unfortunately, you are not on the 15-minute list.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So when Mr. President.
Very well, Honorable Member, hold on. Yes, Honorable Member for Obelka South.
Right, Honorable Speaker, my good friend on the other side can disagree with the President, but it is very unparliamentary to say that the President has been disingenuous. And I want him to withdraw that statement because we shouldn't earn a reputation of disparaging the President at every turn. You lower the esteem of the executive head of government. And there's a better way of saying it, but to say that the President is disingenuous, I'd rather he withdrew and use a better way.
And what's your suggested better way? What's your suggested better way? You said there's a better way to say it, and I'll say, asking what is your suggested better line?
What I suggest that I disagree with the president. That will be sufficient. You see, because anytime you say somebody is disingenuous, it's tainted with sometimes dubiousness. That's what it means. Yes. That is my position.
Well, I don't know. I do not consider that insulting, but honourable member, he says you could use another way of saying the same thing.
Mr. Speaker, for me, taking out disingenuous does not affect my presentation, so I withdraw it. Yeah. But Mr. Speaker, because of the interruption, I'll just finish this my point, then you can, as part of my being obedient to you. Mr. Speaker, the government seems to be creating the impression that the legacy debt that we have is, the debt that we have in the power sector is as a result of overcapacity. But today I just want to give some figures. The Energy Commission indicated that our installed capacity was roughly around 4,900. Installed is not the same as dependable capacity. Our dependable capacity is 3,500. Our peak demand is 2,700. Mr. Speaker, per technical advice, every system that you have, you must always ensure that 25% of your peak demand is available as redundancy. If you take 25% of 2,700, you get 675 megawatts. Mr. Speaker, we have, by the President's own report, that about 15% of Ghanaians do not have access to electricity. What it simply means is that we have Ghanaians who do not enjoy electricity. Meanwhile, as a country, we have power seated.
I'm giving you a sign that your time is up.
Let me just conclude this one.
Please conclude.
Thank you very much for your kindness. And then, at the end of the day, if you take Valco, just Valco, Valco has 5 port lines. Each port line uses 75 megawatts. 5 of them will give you 375. Mr. Speaker, if you take this and you add them, you get almost 1,200 megawatts. Take that away from 2,300. And now tell me, where are you getting that excess capacity that we talk about that has occasioned the debt that the government has consistently hidden behind in terms of mismanaging the energy sector? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll get them again at the budget.
Honorable Stephen Amwana. Yes.
I thank you very much for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would first like to express my profound gratitude to the President for the remarkable presentation he made yesterday. To be honest with you, my mother is an illiterate mother. She listened to the Twi version of it, and she called me and said, "Hey, Nanaya, permit me to speak my vernacular." Sorry? To wait, sorry. I'm saying this simply because
please tell us what you mean by Mabomuhumadeo.
We've done well. Okay, we've done well. That's what my mom said in our local dialect. Carry on. The Speaker, if you allow me to quote page 4 of what the President presented, last paragraph, and I quote, "Mr. Speaker, my government found the resources to cushion the impact of the pandemic because we are good managers of the economy and we are good protectors of the public purse." One of my honorable members on the other side had issues with that, but I think the President's statement has a lot of backing in terms of reference and comparative analysis. 2016, inflationary rate was about 17.46%. As I'm talking to you now, we have about 8.4. Policy rate was 25.5%. Mr. Speaker, interestingly, the government at that time was actually operating policy rate that is even higher than some of the banking or lending rates today. It is extremely interesting that anybody of any school of thought will try to compare the two fraternities in terms of who is the better manager of the economy. Mr. Speaker, GDP was 3.7. And surprisingly, the year 2000, they left 3.7, as if they have a clue to the Einstein constante cosmological, described by the Greek term or letter lambda, that the NDC's leadership or government ability to manage this economy is always constant, below 4%. Under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, but for the COVID economy, we left averaging 7% annually. And this is a fact without ambiguity or debate. Mr. Speaker, analyzing any country's economy, we should consider the long-term economic growth and stability as our main goal. And of course, it's a function of productivity and labor force. If you have a country in which the essential services in achieving this main goal includes health sector and education sector, and NDC that is known to be social democrats, that they are supposed to adopt contractional fiscal policies and ensure that these pro-poor policies are entrenched in managing our economy, they withdrew teacher training and nurses training allowances simply because they had lost track on the economy. No wonder they went to the MFI for for credibility policy. It doesn't matter. The most important factor is that Mr. Speaker, because they had no understanding of managing our economy and had lost track, they had to go and import credibility policy. First time in our history. I thought we were importing rather goods and services and other things. But for credibility policy, it was the NDC fraternity that did that. Mr. Speaker, it's torn. You can try the MPP. Mr. Speaker, in managing the economy, apart from the primary macro indicators, which is the springboard for the performance of the secondary macro indicators, i.e. industries, agriculture, infrastructure, etc. The next thing is how that could be translated into policies that will ensure, as a developing economy, we can put in place measures that will take care of poverty in our country. I really want to find out whether our brothers from the other side has really sat down to analyze their own policies, because we know, as a social democrat, they are supposed to adopt and implement pro-poor policies. Mr. Speaker, almost all the pro-poor policies in our country that have, or which have, national tenacity and character, none of them, both kind and cash, in terms of lead, in the area of education, health, even when we're passing national health insurance in this country, they walk out of parliament. So the question is, when it comes to managing the primary macro indicators, which are the springboard for the upliftment and the performances of the secondary macro indicators, they cannot. When it comes to their own field, as social democrats, they cannot. I would therefore ask them to accept the fact that the president was right without any debate and ambiguity that we are better managers of the economy. And it's a fact. As a social democrat, what do they do? Let's ask ourselves, if they have been able to manage the economy very well, they will not, and I say again, left this country in a situation that industries were performing almost -% because of power outages for about 5 years, lack of adequate credit facilities under the NDC, high cost of borrowing under the NDC. They messed up this country to the extent that even the watches seller that my brother John, Honorable John Jinapo was talking about, had to stop because they couldn't use candles to cook the wache. So if we are talking about management of our economy, they should understand that under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, apart from the primary macro indicators management, we were able to translate these things for the first time in our constituency.
Hold on. Yes, available leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We object to the word they messed up economy.
Which word?
That word messed up the economy. We want him to use another word. My side.
What is wrong with the word messed? Is it offensive? Is it insulting?
Which other word? Is that your question?
I want to understand why the word mess. Is it offensive or insulting?
We find the word mess offensive. My side, we find the word offensive.
Honorable member for Nishaya, so I'm not ruling that it is offensive or insulting, but if you want to choose an alternative word, it may just ensure that you have a smooth debate.
Oh, let me go back, please. If that vocabulary, my honorable member has issues with it, I've withdrawn. But then they underperformed their benchmark. They mismanaged the whole economy, leading to all the problems that we inherited as a government. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues made a statement that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, could not even offer any stimulus package. And I think it's really confirming the fact that they really have to open their eyes. Because the document that I'm holding, page 4, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, of what the President presented, paragraph 2, I quote, "The formulation and implementation of COVID-19 preparedness and response plan, tracing, testing, treatment, waiver of personal income tax, and provision of an additional 50% basic salary allowance to healthcare workers, expanding the capacities of laboratories to increase COVID-19 testing, establishment of isolation centers in all regions and districts, fumigation of markets and schools, provision of food packages and hot meals for residents in areas affected by the partial lockdown, provision of free water for all households, provision of free electricity for lifeline consumers, and a 50% discount for all other consumers, reduction in the communication service tax from percentage of 9 to 5%, the institution of a 750 million cedi loan facility for micro, small, and medium enterprises through the Kabus initiative, and the provision of a 2 billion cedi guarantee facility to support large businesses such as schools and pharmaceutical companies are among the several measures put in place by government to cushion Ghanaians from the impact of the pandemic. So, Mr. Speaker, almost every single issue that they have raised, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo addressed that. They are talking about this misconception that our president did not touch on LG. Is it LG? What?
LGBT. You have one more minute.
Mr. Speaker, check this.
We have one more minute.
26 November 2017. Homosexuality, not Ghana's agenda. On the 30th of April 2018, Ghana president says he will never oversee same-sex legislation. 28th February 2021, he made a statement. 30th November, he made a statement. 28th April 2018, he made a statement. A few days ago, he made a statement. I think what the president did was an illustration of the fact that he's a leader who understands time management. Because of the limited time resource we had there, something that everyone in Ghana knows his position on, he couldn't have actually repeated that. But what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to managing the economy of this country, the NPP government, especially under his leadership, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has demonstrated beyond all doubt in terms of primary macro indicators, in terms of secondary macro indicators, in terms of redistribution policies or pro-poor policies. All the time, we are far better than our brothers from the other side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Roxton, the firm of I should jump him over very well. Then I'll go to Honorable A.B.A. Husseini.
Let me thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, they say that when the elder is in the house, the grain will not be allowed to be soaked by the rain. I have no doubt in my mind, Right Honorable Speaker, that this debate will be steered to its logical conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to contribute on this subject from a background of profound sadness. Right Honorable Speaker, I feel very sad because a wonderful opportunity that the President should have had, that he had with this distinguished platform, to rally the nation together, to unite the nation, and point towards a creditable vision for this nation, was blown to pieces on the altar of unbridled partisan politics, cheap as it was. Right Honorable Speaker, at this very time, and I'm speaking metaphorically, when the leaders of other nations are leading their people to hunt and kill buffaloes and elephants, our president is leading us to catch mice and lizards. Such have we descended into the levels of mediocrity that a nation today celebrates mediocrity and infamy. Mr. Speaker, I felt very ashamed when this country was touted among the poorest countries in Africa, and out of the poorest, among the first to receive aid.
Hold on, switch off your mic so time stops running. Wait. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my respected colleagues' metaphor must be placed in a proper construct for us to appreciate. Else, to a very large extent, it would mislead us in this chamber. Speak in plain language for us to understand and appreciate. Metaphor must be well placed in a proper construct. So we are here. Debate well. If you have the courage, say it in plain language. So we face you.
Honourable Member, please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was only referring to when leaders of other nations are crafting positive vision that will catapult their countries to higher levels of development and anchor them to achieve a better and more sustainable life for their people. We are engaged in celebrating mediocrity. And Mr. Speaker, here I was talking about Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana. Today, listed among the poorest countries in Africa, and I'm even among the poorest, among the first to receive COVAX. The euphemism for poorest countries in Africa getting donations of vaccines. And we have to organize a ceremony to celebrate that. Mr. Speaker, that is the depth of infamy I'm complaining about. Those of us in this house have a bounden duty to the generations yet unborn to make sure that the vision that will be encapsulated in this country anchors this country for further progress into the 22nd, 23rd centuries. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not amused a bit, and especially for the areas that the president failed to talk about. Mr. Speaker, in particular, among all the three organs of government, this is the only place in this house where democracy is not only practiced, but seen to be practiced. The other organs of government, respectfully, Mr. Speaker, are not bastions of democracy as this house is. And so we have a bounden duty, Mr. Speaker, to elevate the discourse and the protection of those who have stood for our democracy. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to celebrate the martyrs of this country, those who lost their lives on December 7th and after, in the protection and promotion of our democratic process. I cannot name them all, but all of them, Mr. Speaker, deserve not only our mention, but deserve our eloquent support to be elevated to the status of martyrs of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, our people say that a landlord who is impervious to the complaints of his tenants runs the risk of collapsing his house. If we fail to listen to the cries of our people, and I thought this was a wonderful opportunity for the President of the Republic to have even just offered a sentence in recognition of the tragedy that was afflicted on this country as a result of that. It went away. Mr. Speaker, more ominously for this country, virtually at every corner and turn of this country, people were waiting with bated breath to hear the President address and finally put to rest this issue of LGBTQI of continuums. Mr. Speaker, the President conspicuously maintained a loud silence. In fact, not only did he avoid it, he conveniently chose to run away from that subject. Mr. Speaker, under your guidance in this house, this honorable house debated this matter because we are a nation anchored on the laws of the Almighty Allah, on the laws of Almighty God. And that is why the preponderance of our people, godly as they are, abhor this abominable satanic system that Mr. President should eloquently have put to rest. I have heard my colleagues on the other side say that the President had addressed this in the obscure corner of a small church, who constitute an infinitesimal fraction of the entire population. Mr. Speaker, this is the most veritable platform for the President to have addressed that matter and put it to rest. That he willfully chose not to do so speaks eloquently, Mr. Speaker, about his desire either not to get caught in the distance, because I'm sure he may be thinking behind the closed door that some aid will be cut off. And so he's prepared to sacrifice the LGBT in return for some aid, or he will offend his friends who are mostly practitioners of those abominable acts. Mr. Speaker, the good people of this country are still waiting for a definitive statement on this matter. And I think that it must not be lost on Mr. President to actually make that good. Mr. Speaker, I am further.
Hold on. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, with respect, my honorable colleague cannot say Mr. President is trying to protect some friends who are engaged in this. It's not right. Please, you can raise your criticism, but please, with respect, withdraw that bit. If you are put to the test, do you know any friend of Mr. President, ABC? Can you mention? So please, honorable, you are an honorable man, please.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker.
Did you say that? Frankly, I didn't get that. Did you
I said in not speaking to that, you could be accusing, Mr. Speaker, there are acts of commission and acts of omission.
Please withdraw that. Please withdraw that, please.
Mr. Speaker, on your guidance, I substitute it with a word that you could be accusing in the acts that those people are committing.
Please, let's not introduce any. Just withdraw that and continue with your debate, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I said I had withdrawn, but I was saying that if you refuse to speak to abominable acts, you could be accusing those acts. And that doesn't speak well about your commitment to fight those acts.
The President has spoken to that matter, and the Honourable Member for Nshayasu has given the number of times even this year. So, basing that on a matter which is not a fact in itself is misleading the House.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. But in saying so, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw a very sharp contrast between the attitudes of former presidents and the current president on this matter. Mr. Speaker, we are very passionate about this matter. His Excellency President Jan late made it abundantly clear that over his dead body would this matter come to this country. Mr. Speaker, so did President John Ajokun Kufuor made it abundantly clear that never under his watch would he allow such a thing to happen. President Mills of blessed memory said it, that if even David Cameron has to come back and take all his aid out of the country, he was willing to stick his neck out and make sure that this abominable practice will not see the light of day in Ghana. So did it happen to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama over his dead body. Mr. Speaker, when it came to our president in the infamous Al Jazeera interview, he said it was bound to happen. And that you needed a strong domestic coalition to grow for it to get roots in Ghana. A prescription for how this thing can get legs to stand in Ghana. And the next day, at an important forum like this, you refuse to speak on the matter. So, Mr. Speaker, if you hear the howling of the hyena in the neighborhood and the goat gets busy, you don't ask who got it. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that rode on the backs of the people of this country to power on an anti-corruption crusade. Mr. Speaker, the president then in opposition said, if by the grace of the Almighty Allah, the good people of this country gave him the mandate to steer the affairs of state, he was going to operate, among others, on the NAS principle, where evidence made available to him, especially on tape recorders, will be acted upon. Mr. Speaker, it is conspicuous to note, even notwithstanding today that he has conspicuously even failed in the address to mention the office of the special prosecutor and what achievements, if any, have been chalked. It is clear today that corruption is rather fighting the MPP government and not government fighting corruption. Mr. Speaker, today, not a single out of the litany of corruption allegations, not a single one has been successfully investigated and prosecuted. Mr. Speaker, if you give me the opportunity, I can mention them till you even ask me to sit down. But it is instructive to note that not a single person under this administration has been brought to book for the various acts of allegations of corruption made. Mr. Speaker, compare that with His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. Under his watch, allegations of corruption were investigated. Some people were prosecuted, and some people incarcerated for those things. So, Mr. Speaker, the way to fight corruption, compare that today with what is happening, where even the Auditor General has been hounded out of office. Anti-corruption agencies are hampered from carrying out their work. Reference the outgone special prosecutor, who himself, with his own mouth and 32 teeth, told us what happened to him when he was attempting to go after some people. Mr. Speaker, you don't abhor pork as a Muslim and relish pork soup. You don't have your mouth full of water and you are blowing to the candle fire.
You cannot show that rhetoric of fighting corruption, and yet, by your own conduct, you are incapable of doing so. Mr. Speaker, I think that double speak must give way to action. Mr. Speaker, I also detect in this very house, every single member of parliament in this house has complained or gone to see Honorable Amakwata, an honorable colleague member of us in this house, for roads under the obnoxious capping of statutory funds and earmark funds. This government has taken back hundreds of millions of Ghana cedis back to the finance ministry and deprived the road fund and others of the opportunity to generate the requisite level of funds to pay contractors. And you get people complaining, everybody complaining. Yet nobody has the guts to bear the cut. And all of us as members of parliament, and that is why I'm saying that as members of parliament, we have a historic responsibility to address those impediments that impede our development as a nation. And not only on account of the political party that we belong to. That we must all be seen to be forming one dogo-dogo line and singing the praises of the government. But those things that don't inure to us and to the benefit of this country, we must all rise up in unison and fight against. And this obnoxious policy, the same thing has been applied to the GEF fund, the same has been applied to the National Health Insurance Levy. And that is why you are seeing that even health facilities that were built in remote areas today can no longer be built. GEF fund, which prosecuted aggressive infrastructure development in secondary and tertiary institutions, today has been crippled. Mr. Speaker, so this is where we are as a nation. And as a house,
1 more minute, please.
As a house, Mr. Speaker, I think all of us have a bounden duty to stand up and fight what is right, for what is right and proper in our nation. Mr. Speaker, I want to say without any iota of hesitation that we are at a historical juncture where generations yet unborn will judge our conduct and behavior when this matter of the supreme national interest has been raised. And that is why I feel very disappointed in the performance of the president when he had this wonderful opportunity to put this issue across and rally the nation. He failed woefully. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Hassan Tampuri Suleiman.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I express my profound gratitude to you and to His Excellency, the President of the Republic, for delivering in accordance with his constitutional requirements under Article 67, the State of the Nation Address. Mr. Speaker, the State of the Nation, as the President addressed us yesterday, was as factual as it was inspiring. Mr. Speaker, I have perused the document and I gleaned from it over 30 thematic areas that the President spoke on yesterday. And I think all of us, need to appreciate the fact that the President is a man of his words. Mr. Speaker, my uncle just spoke, the Honorable A.B.F. Hussein. He's a man of proverbs. He has taught me some, and I'd like to release one today. Mr. Speaker, it said when you are counting hot things, you don't count fire. If you are counting competent presidents, you put Akufo-Addo aside before you count the rest. Mr. Speaker, I have listened very attentively to submissions made by the Honorable Dr. Kamna Donko, Honorable Bawa, Honorable Jinapo, and Honorable Bua. And I get a certain impression that the realities of the energy sector
are being hidden from the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, Ghana or the Ghanaian people have paid $820 million in 2018 and 2019 alone for power we have not used. $890 million.
Hold on. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Record. My colleague just said something, and everybody is wondering what he meant by that statement. He said, when you are counting competent president, you should put His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo aside, that he is not competent to be counted. We want him to clarify.
That's your interpretation. And unfortunately, your interpretation is different from mine. Mine interpretation is that he is above the others, so we put him aside. Yes, Honourable Member, continue.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, the difference between the installed generation capacity, which is 5,043 megawatts, and the projected system peak for 2020, which is 3,150 megawatts, including export demand, is far in excess of the 25% system reserve margin. And like I said, Mr. Speaker, in 2018, we spent $320 million. Paid for it, we never used the power. That is as a result of contract that we have been committed to as a country. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, with the addition of SunPower, we paid $500 million for power we did not consume and we had to pay for. Mr. Speaker, I've heard issues concerning petroleum product marketing scheme, and I'm surprised. Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Yes, available leader.
Order 91A. My colleague was talking about installed capacity and using installed capacity as the basis. Mr. Speaker, my colleague should be talking about available capacity, which is different from installed capacity. You don't do that analysis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we pay for installed capacity, and that is what we are addressing this nation on. Mr. Speaker, the petroleum product marketing scheme that the Honorable Bauer was referring to is a mechanism that was started in 2012, and then it is supposed to check for contamination or adulteration, and then we'll check at the various stations to identify whether foreign element has been put inside the tank. Mr. Speaker, the NPA does it with the Ghana Revenue Authority. So anytime that a product has been found not to have the requisite marker concentration, the station operator and the OMC is fined. You are fined, and the Ghana Revenue Authority also will exact their pound of flesh on that particular oil marketing company. So the figures that have been given by Seaboard is one that has not been confirmed and interrogated by anybody. Currently, as we speak, there are over 110 oil marketing companies before the Ghana Revenue Authority and the Audit Service being requested to make do some monies that they have not been able to account for as far as the downstream is concerned. So it's an ongoing process. Mr. Speaker, you also mentioned the issue of exports. In 2015, exports to Burkina Faso and Mali was 10 million liters. 2015. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the number ballooned to 180 million liters. 180 million liters in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to go to Burkina Faso and to Mali myself. I was led by the Honorable, what's the name? Former Deputy Minister, now Minister for State Enterprises. We went to the Burkina Faso and we went to Mali. And the claim that vehicles move petroleum products from Ghana to Mali and Burkina Faso could not be substantiated. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we were told that those countries do not allow Ghanaian number plate trucks to enter their country. Dumping was done right here in this country of 180 million petroleum products. Mr. Speaker, then we have to revise the mechanism for export of petroleum products. As we speak, even though 10 million liters in 2015, today is less than 5 million liters. Who is fighting export dumping more than the other? Mr. Speaker, the records are there. So when we address the nation, we have to be factual, as the president was. Mr. Speaker, we are told that electrification project is not advancing the way and manner it should. Mr. Speaker, the answer to this lies in what you call the last mile electrification project that has been released. A document has just been released this month, March 2021, that has the roadmap for dealing with the last stage of the electrification project as far as this country is concerned. Mr. Speaker, over 3,000 communities under this last mile electrification project will be connected to the national grid. About 3,000 communities will be contributed to the national grid, and Mr. President has indicated that he intends to do this at the end of his tenure. So the President will leave this country as President with 100% penetration. Mr. Speaker, in 1989, when this rural electrification project was launched, 20% of the population had access. Accessibility for rural areas was only 5%. Mr. Speaker, over the period, governments have provided electrification projects for various communities. And by and large, the concentration has been mostly on urban areas. Mr. Speaker, all of us have some villages that we come from, and some of us live in those villages. Mr. Speaker, you can identify the distance from one community to the other. So the cost of implementing rural electrification projects as far as the rural area is concerned.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleague is misleading the House. In fact, the very reason why the project was called Rural Electrification Project before it was turned to National Electrification Scheme was because of the fact that it was concentrated in the rural areas. So it can't be a statement of fact. And he's just misleading the House.
So how did he mislead the House?
He indicated that when the project started in 1990 with the 20%, it was mainly on urban areas, which is not true.
Honourable Member, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, in 1991, when the northern region was connected to the national electrification grid, was it not in Tamale? Is Tamale a rural area? 1991, I was in school when they did it in Tamale. I was in Tamale. In 1996, that's when they connected Bushegu. All 400 communities don't have lights. So, Mr. Speaker, it is our responsibility to ensure that communities that are about 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers from Bushegu are connected to the national grid. Mr. Speaker, so largely they concentrated on the low-hanging fruits, and we are doing the heavy lifting.
I remember you have 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude by looking at the legacy debts that we inherited. Mr. Speaker, the legacy debt that was inherited by this government has been fully settled. $1 billion, especially to the downstream petroleum sector. All BDC debts, $1 billion, has been fully settled. Mr. Speaker, BOST had its own debt, $624 million. As we speak, only $57 million of the BOST debt is still outstanding. Mr. Speaker, these are debts that the government met. We did not generate those debts. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude by looking at the situation regarding LGBTQI plus something.
I remember the Speaker just advised them on you don't conclude by introducing a new matter. So
Mr. Speaker,
conclude.
Mr. Speaker, President Mills in 2011 said, I, as president, will never initiate or support any attempt to legalize homosexuality in Ghana. In 2017, President Atamil says that for same-sex marriage to be legalized in Ghana, it will not happen in my time as president. I have said it before, and let me stress it again, that it will not be under the presidency of Akufo-Addo that same-sex will be legalized. Mr. Speaker, what is more clarified than this one? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the motion.
Honourable members, there are three. Can I have some order, please? I have 3 more contributors from the majority and 4 more contributors from the minority. And I'm advised by the leadership that we suspend sitting for members to have some lunch, and then we resume in an hour. So, yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'll support the position, but once we have 3 from the majority side and 4 from here, we'll take 1 more from here. That will be equal 3, so that 10 minutes or 15 minutes will not spoil anything. Then we can take the suspension. So, Mr. Speaker, 1 more contribution from our side.
I was actually ceding the seat to the second deputy speaker when I was advised that the leadership said we should suspend after the member on his feet. So I asked him to hold on. So it will not be fair for him to come and sit for 15 minutes, suspend, and then resume. So please, let's work with the agreement you yourself communicated to me, please. It will make any difference. When we resume, you start from Honorable Nochu Kotoi, who is number 9 on the list, and then you continue here. As the list is provided, so we use the same thing. So, honorable members, the House will resume at 4:45. It's 3:45 now, resume at 4:45, please. Thank you.
Honourable members, we wouldn't waste time. We'll continue with the debate. And it is the turn of Honourable Peter Nuchu.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion moved by Honourable Member for Okaikwe Central, Honourable Patrick Yabuama, that this House thanks the President for the message on the state of the nation delivered yesterday. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to dwell very much on education. I agree very much with the President when he said that he is passionate about education and that he would like to see every child in this country becoming educated, because education opens doors to every citizen of this country. However, I have my challenges or problems which he did not address in yesterday's State of the Nation address, which should have been
the way forward. Mr. Speaker, if you look at education in this country, the biggest challenge that we have at the basic level is the infrastructure. I was expecting the President yesterday to tell us what major steps are being taken to solve the infrastructure challenges facing the basic schools in this country. Mr. Speaker, if we watch TV news these days, you see pictures of children learning under trees. And in this century, we should have gone past that by now as a country. But here we are. Still, we are studying under trees. We should overcome that. And I was expecting the President to give us an emphatic statement on this, that this is the program that as a government he has going forward to resolve these infrastructure challenges at the basic school. Then again, when you look at furniture in our schools, the basic schools, it is also very, very appalling. At this time of COVID-19, where we are preaching social distancing, you will see that 3 pupils are sitting in one desk. Door desks meant for only 2. They are sitting in 3s in those desks. So how are we fighting the COVID-19? So, Mr. Speaker, we have various challenges at the basic level. Then also, there are no textbooks for our teachers to use based on the new curriculum that was developed last year. Because of this vacuum created, people are filling in with so many things that are not good for the consumption of our children. For instance, Mr. Speaker, there is one book published by Golden Publications, written by one Ochrebefi Alexander. And in that book, he portrayed a group of people in this country. For instance, the Eves are people who like Chuchu. It's very, very appalling, Mr. Speaker. Why should somebody write such books for our students or pupils to read in our basic schools? Then also there's another one, written by one Messi Jean Adia, also by the Golden Publications, on history. And in that book, you will see a paragraph talking about the first president of the Republic, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, as being a dictator. And he wasted the resources of this country by supporting the independence of other African countries like Guinea. Say, Mr. Speaker, if you go through those books, you will realize that those are not the things that our children should be made to learn. Now, so the Ghana Education Service or the Ministry of Education ought to know by this time that in those days, whenever a new curriculum was developed, the first thing to do was to engage a team of experts in various subject areas to write the relevant textbooks. And based on those textbooks, other writers could publish supplementary textbooks or readers for schools. But that is not what is happening now. So people are filling in with whatever they think the children should learn. And that is not going to help us as a nation. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the secondary level, we saw the introduction of the free senior high school program in 2017. And we all agree that once it was an idea which every political party in this country had thought of, and the government was able to roll it out on a wholesale project, we should all support it. But we found a number of things that needed to be done before the introduction of the project. Those projects are still yet to be done. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to say is that the senior high school system thorough review so that the bottlenecks that bedevil the system can be removed. As we are talking now, Mr. Speaker, the double track system is still there. And we don't know when it is going to end. And we expect that we should be told when it will end. Because as we speak now, it is still in existence. And this double track system is even being introduced in the universities. And University of Ghana had to introduce the double track system when schools reopened recently. And that is not good for us. So I just want to remind Mr. President that he promised in 2016 that on assuming office as president of this country, he was going to build 350 new secondary schools. As we speak, not one in the last 4 years has been established. What is preventing the creation or the establishment of these 350 senior high schools? Mr. Speaker, the double track system, as we said, is not the best for our educational system because it has its own challenges. And these challenges are many. Because the unfortunate thing that happened was this COVID-19. Its own challenges. And these challenges are many. Because the unfortunate thing that happened was this COVID-19, which has distorted all our school program or calendar. So right now, we don't know whether we are in a track, gold track or green track. So there's the need for us to make sure that concrete efforts are taken by government to make sure that we end this double track system. Mr. Speaker, another major problem is the release of funds to the secondary schools to run their programs. As we talk now, we are in March. The schools to run them. So what is happening now is they are finding life difficult in the school. Buffer stock is not providing the necessary foodstuffs that are needed. And Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is to stop the over-centralization. Buffer stock is not providing the necessary foodstuffs that are needed. And Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is to stop the over-centralization of the supply of items to the senior high schools. If we stop the centralization of procurement and decentralize it, it will in the first place create to some of our schools. And if you look at it, look at this and then covered with this. This is not the best. Because according to our laws, when you import something from another country, at least there should be, the inscription should be, look at this and then covered with this. This is not the best. Because according to our laws, when you import something from another country, at least there should be, the inscription should be in a language that we understand. So there is, the inscription here is not in English. So the one who supplied rather just created this and then covered it like this. And we have a free year. And where it is coming from, Mr. Speaker, they say Indonesia. But the language is not English. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a challenge with the types of food that are introduced in our country and our schools. Then again, if you look at this also, this one is a mackerel label.
Honorable member, hold on. Yes, honorable member for Subin. Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Can honorable Nochu tender whatever he's holding in evidence, please, for us to check the veracity of the product, please. Thank you. Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure the honorable member who is demanding that the tin fish that the member is using to illustrate his point should be tendered in. I don't know which order under which he is demanding that, and the purpose for which he wants the tin fish to be tendered in. I don't know whether he has some kinky somewhere to go and enjoy himself with the same fish.
Mr. Speaker, hold on. Order 91. Mr. Speaker, can we have some decorum in the chamber, please? What I'm asking, I don't have to read it, you all have a standing orders. What I'm asking Honorable Nochi to do, a very respectable one of the House to do, is to tender that product in evidence for us to see the veracity of it. But he's referred to it. Most grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here to learn, and we have people at the gallery. If my colleague stands up to say Order 91, without necessarily reading the Order 91 or telling us what Order 91 is all about, Mr. Speaker, it is for us to educate ourselves. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, Order 91 says debate may be interrupted by point of order raised. B, by a matter of privilege suddenly arising, by attention being called to the absence of a quorum. Maybe he wants us to close. By attention being called to the presence of strangers. So which order are you referring to?
Which one?
Honourable Member, most grateful, Mr. Speaker. I think we've had this back and forth in the chamber. We've had this back and forth in the chamber, and the Honourable Deputy Majority Leader was referring us to a decision that was taken in this House in the 6th Parliament. Right? So we refer to Order 90. Leader, please control yourself. We will to Order 91 and 30 this morning, in connection with the same issue. All that we are asking Honourable Nochi to do is to turn our for us to see whatever he's holding. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I appreciate where you are coming from, but let's allow the debate to flow. Honourable, you can go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the address yesterday, the President informed us that for the first time, professional allowance was being paid to teachers. And, Mr. Speaker, that information was inaccurate, because I know very well that in April 2010, the late Professor Mills, then President of the Republic, introduced the payment of professional allowances. And this was effected in July 2010. So that information, Mr. Speaker, was not correct. Mr. Speaker, the GES and the Ministry of Education is attempting to violate Article 25 of the Constitution.
Honourable Member, hold on. Honourable Member for Kwadaso.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on the point of order, quoting from Order number 92B. Yes, please. To elucidate some matter raised by the member speaking in the course of his speech, provided that the member speaking is willing to give way and resume his seat, and that the member wishing to interrupt is called by Mr. Speaker. He raised a point that is not accurate. He's accusing the President of not being fair to a statement he made, that his government paid teachers, both professional and non-professional, continuous professional development allowance. This money was paid last year, 1,200 Ghana cedis for professional teachers and 800 Ghana cedis for non-professional teachers. This is a fact. This was honored by the President. So he cannot say that it is untrue, Mr. Speaker, respectfully. He also said that double track is being practiced in our tertiary education institutions. This is not true. He should point to us which institutions in this country practice double track system in the country.
Honourable Member,
After honourable member, you have your floor, so you can address some of these issues. Let's allow the debate to flow. Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, information available is that in our senior high schools now, SHS1 is being referred to as Basic 10. Meanwhile, the Basic ends at the junior high school, which is Basic 9. And so that is a violation of the Constitution, an attempt to Nicodemously make senior high school part of basic education. And the Ministry of Education must stop this act. Mr. Speaker, finally, on GET Fund, as other speakers said, Mr. Speaker, we approved a loan facility of $1.5 billion for GET Fund for development projects.
Let him get the calculation. Is it dollars or cedis?
Dollars. It was $1.5 billion over a period of 4 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, information available also says that the Ministry of Finance is making it very difficult for GET Fund to access these funds and pay contractors. GET Fund has over 800 million cedis worth of certificates to honor. But because the Ministry of Finance is putting a lot of impediments in their way, they are finding it very difficult to access the fund to pay contractors. And that's where most of the projects have come to a standstill. So I am appealing to the Ministry of Education to make sure that Ministry of Finance releases the loan facility to GET Fund to honor its obligations to contractors. It is very, very important because it is making the contractors lose all their resources because they have taken loans from banks, and banks are making sure that they also take their money. And whatever profit they are able to make is consumed by the loans that they take with the interest. So, Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Finance should remove those challenges that they have put, the impediments they have put in the way of GET Fund from accessing the loan facilities. Mr. Speaker, we also know that somewhere last year we had to hurriedly approve waivers for the importation of mathematical sets for WAEC to enable it to organize the WASE examination. But unfortunately, those mathematical sets were not available. The former minister indicated this morning that they had received quite a number, but we want to find out where are the remaining mathematical sets and how soon shall we receive them in our schools. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honourable Member for Kwadaso, Dr. Kingsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the President's message to the August House yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I must say that the President's speech to us yesterday was refreshing, was profound, was impactful, and provided hope to us for now and the future. Mr. Speaker, I also want to commend the President for appreciating the work of this August House, especially the work being done by the Appointments Committee of this House. He was grateful to this House for the expeditious and thorough manner in which his ministers were scrutinized by the House. And I think that for the President to give us this recognition is something that needs commendation. Mr. Speaker, he also enjoined us to allow the interest of the nation to guide us as members of this August House. He admonished us to work together, shoulder to shoulder. He enjoined us to put the interests of Ghana, what he referred to as the Ghana projects, on the front banner. Mr. Speaker, we are not in this house per chance. We are here because our constituents made it possible for us to be here. They brought us here not to pursue our individual interests and agenda. They brought us here to pursue the Ghana agenda, an agenda that will see to the transformation and progress of this country. Mr. Speaker, this is what we have to do, and posterity will judge us by what we do to transform the fortunes of this country and the lives of the people. On that score, Mr. Speaker, I hope that you take his admonishment in good faith and work towards the accomplishment of this noble end of the President. Mr. Speaker, the President also talked about COVID-19 and its ravaging effects on the economy. He alluded to the fact that COVID-19 has led to job losses in the country. It has also affected negatively our GDP growth. He also did say that COVID-19 is having a toll or strain on our health system. Mr. Speaker, these are all facts. Nobody in this house can say that no country in this world has not been affected by the adverse effects of COVID-19. Nobody can mention a single country. Even the advanced economies in this world have all suffered setbacks as a result of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, Statistical Research Department, in an article that was published on 23rd of February 21, indicated that most major economies will lose at least 2.4% of the value of their GDP over 2020. This made economies to reduce their 2020 forecast of global economic growth down from around 3% to 4.5%. Mr. Speaker, this clearly shows that economies in the world have had devastating consequences. Mr. Speaker, this same report indicated that global stock markets suffered dramatic falls. Dow Jones reported its longest ever single-day fall of almost 3,000 points on March 16, 2020. And this was after it suffered similar setback of losing 2,300 points 4 days earlier. Mr. Speaker, in a study done by Jones et al. 2021, they showed that the Financial Times Stock Exchange dropped 14.3% in 2020, its worst performance since 2008. In the same article, in the US of A, the proportion of people out of work hit a yearly total of 8.9%, according to the IMF. The Speaker, and this signaled an end of a decade of job expansion. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 is having a grievous effect on the economy. And for our president to have managed this economy in this way, I think all well-meaning Ghanaians must applaud him, because our economy is one of the most resilient economies in the world. And nobody can deny that, Mr. Speaker. The president also said that COVID is affecting our healthcare system. And that is a fact. There's a strain on our health facilities. That is why the president promised to build 111 district hospitals in the country. And I want to plead with this House to support the president to achieve this end. Sadly for me, my constituency was not included. And I want to plead with the Minister for Health to include Kwadaso by providing Kwadaso with a district health hospital. And I'm sure he will do that. Mr. Speaker, yesterday on my way to Accra from Kumasi, I was listening to Peace FM, and I heard the CEO of the Intercity STC Coaching Limited, Anakumia. He said that because of COVID-19, his entity is losing 40% of its revenue. And this 40% amounts to 2 million Ghana cedis a month. Mr. Speaker, during the COVID period, we all saw institutions. Productivity is going down because most institutions were running shifts. And this obviously will affect our revenue envelope. The president has done well. And according to Nakumia yesterday, the president provides STC a monthly support of 1 million Ghana cedis. He is a good president who thinks about the success of this economy. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to education. And before I even do that, as I was listening to the debate since morning, I heard our colleagues saying that our economy is in a state of comatose. But when my colleague, honorable friend from Nishiaso, said that the NDC ran a messy economy, they asked him to retract. But records are there. Nobody can circumvent records. The Speaker, average GDP growth rate was 7%, and the NDC was 2.8%. The Speaker, it is a fact that in 2017, the economy grew by 8.4%. In 2018, it grew by 6.2%. In 2019, it grew by 6.5%. An annual average of 7%, and as I said earlier on, in the NDC, it was 2.8%. Inflation in 2016 was 15.4%. At the end of December 2019, inflation had dropped to 7.9%. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our fiscal deficit, in the year 2016, the fiscal deficit was about 6.8%. And at the NDC, by in the year 2018, it was 3.8%. 2019, it was 4.8%. Far better than what the NDC left behind in the year 2016. And you can't describe this economy as a messy economy or a comatose economy. You cannot. In the reverse, what happened at the NDC is the perfect description of that. The Speaker, when it comes to the strength of our currency, under the NDC, the cedi depreciated by 18%. Under Kufuor's administration, 8.7%. Half of what happened under the reign of the NDC. This economy had been run well. The Speaker, when it comes to education, and my friend on the other side was making some allusions which are untrue. In this country, tertiary education institutions are not running double track. They are not. In fact, even at the secondary school level, very soon, double track will be a thing of the past. Very soon. Those in the final year are not in double track. Those who will be going to first year will not be on double track. So that allusion from him, Mr. Speaker, is not correct.
Honorable member, just hold on. Yeah, Honorable. What is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm coming on Order 91A. Then to, which says by a point of order being raised. So going to Order 30, Mr. Speaker. 30F, deliberate misleading of Parliament or any of its committees.
That's right.
I know very well, it is on record,
that University of Ghana has introduced double track. Just check the records. So, Mr. Speaker, the information he's giving us is false, and he must withdraw it. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
as far as I know,
Just take
the
a
University
cue.
of Ghana is not running double track. First I know. What I know is that over the years, institutions are running so many programs like Sandwich and all that. But I don't think it's the official policy of government to run double track at that level. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to education, Mr. President said that he is passionate about education of our children. And he said that education provides opportunities for all and sundry. Mr. Speaker, one significant thing I saw about President is his leadership during the time of this COVID pandemic. When the government wanted our final year students to write their respective examinations, Mr. Speaker, some people through cynicism, some also genuine concerns kick against that. But because of his exemplary leadership, he made sure that the examinations were written. Mr. Speaker, interestingly, Nigeria, that said that they're not going to write university, did a detour, and because of the example set by Ghana, also wrote their WASI. During the period of the shutdown of schools, Mr. Speaker, the government provided online opportunities for teaching and learning to continue.
Honorable Member, your time. Try and wind up.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. But what is important is that as much as the government is doing everything possible to ensure that online education is encouraged, I will want a more robust ICT infrastructure to be provided by our government. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, last year in November, the government provided 13 public institutions in this country with wireless fidelity connectivity. University of Ghana, UCC, and the rest. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the President. Under this administration, Mr. Speaker, between 2015 and 2020, 4 private institutions received presidential charter. In 2016, only 1 Central University received presidential charter. Under Kufado's administration, 3 institutions received presidential charter. Ashasi University, Pentecost University, and All Nation University. As we speak, there are 4 in the pipeline to receive charter very soon. So when it comes to education and economy, Mr. Speaker, and under this dispensation, the 4th Republican Constitution, no president beats Nana Akufo-Addo. He is the gem and the visionary leader Ghana has now. And through him, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House, the fortunes of this country, the fortunes of this economy will be transformed to the destination that our forefathers envisaged. On that score, Mr. Speaker, I bow and thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Leader.
Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind you that the honorable colleague spoke for 14 minutes, 47 seconds. So he is entitled to 10 minutes, but he has spoken for almost 15 minutes. The contributor from our side should also be given the same duration. So I just want to draw your attention. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, any time there is interruption, you pause the clock. So you cannot say interruption. That is never true. Whenever there is interruption, the watch does not run.
Honorable Helen Ntoso.
Mr. Speaker, if you can call the next person.
Okay. Honorable, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, I'm grateful. I heard a deputy minority leader say he timed the Honorable Dr. Kingsley when he was speaking, and hence spoke more than the agreed time. Speaker, I think we must set the record straight. At the onset, we said that members will speak for 10 minutes. And the timing is in the bosom of the speaker, not the member. And therefore, he cannot, Speaker, the greatest of respect, he cannot.
Honorable, well noted. We are going to address it. Leader, let's go on.
So, but Mr. Speaker, I want to draw his attention so that next time he does not repeat same. Because he can also read the time on his console. The time is there. Read it on your console. It's there.
Honorable Dr. Sebastian Sandari.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity I rise to contribute to the debate on the floor that this Honorable House thanks the President for his message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, we indeed are grateful to the President for fulfilling what the Constitution has mandated him to do. But, Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that as much as we thank the President, I was not so much impressed about the message, because while the Constitution demands that he gives a message on the state of the nation, which in my view is a snapshot of the current situation we find ourselves in as a nation, we decided to give a manifesto. And Mr. Speaker, I say so because I've done some analysis of the message delivered by previous presidents, from President Rawlings, President Kufuor, Atta Mills, John Dramani Mahama. And I can say that from my analysis, this particular statement or message is substandard, is not so competent, and it doesn't meet the standard of others. But, Mr. Speaker, while the President, talked more on COVID and its impact on the economy, he failed to really acknowledge that we lost about 656 people to COVID, 86,737 people got infected. And while he was giving the message yesterday at Apam, the coastal area in Ghana, they have lost, some reported, 20 children. I didn't hear the President
say anything about that, which I thought was unfortunate and really didn't address much of the state of Ghana. But we can forgive him for that. Mr. Speaker, but I was, in a way, happy that the President acknowledged one thing, which I have been stating since I came to this House, that look, all the fine policies, all the desire, the vision that we have for this country is based on one assumption, that as a country, as a people, we are healthy. And COVID has come to shift the conversation from economy, from energy, to health. That now, as a people, as a country, as a global community, we've seen a practical impact of the relationship between health and wealth. Mr. Speaker, the President mentioned interventions that we put in place to address COVID-19, the impact of it in this country. He mentioned free water, free electricity, free meals, a waiver of personal income tax, plus 50% basic salary allowance to health care workers, 750 million Ghana cedis loan facility to micro, small, and medium enterprises, 2 billion Ghana cedis facility to other people. But in as much as that is true, Mr. Speaker, we are yet to see who really benefited from this.
Honorable member, hold on. Speaker, what is it?
I rise on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, the metaphor underpinning the submission of my colleague, which submission led him into saying that this State of the Nation address is substandard, in my view, is very unparliamentary and unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, you can in the least disagree. Mr. Speaker, we must not use certain, if you say you've listened to Rawlings, Kufuor, and others, and you are saying that this is substandard, Honorable Aveji, you are a leader. I am saying, let's encourage each other to express our disagreement in a language acceptable to us. If in your own view, you disagree with the submissions by Mr. President, that is your right. But don't say that it is substandard. Substandard by what level of measurement? Your objective test, subjective test, let's be clear, so that both sides can enrich debate with the use of proper language. Mr. Speaker, that's all I demand. But if Honorable Aveji, as a leader now, believes that it is acceptable, so be it. Mr. Speaker, I've made my point.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is expressing his opinion, his assessment of the address delivered by the President. And he compared it with the previous addresses by the previous President. And by his assessment, this one is substandard. Mr. Speaker, he has a right to assess, unless you want to say that in this House, we do not have our own mind to think and assess anything here. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should allow him to continue.
Honorable member Sandari, you may take a cue and continue.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, in as much as these interventions were given,
what the president didn't show us, or we didn't see, or we haven't seen, are those who benefited from these interventions. Mr. Speaker, while the president preaches about free water, free electricity, there are people who really suffered from a situation of no water at all. There are communities that don't even have boreholes, let alone talking about flowing water that is free. What about that? What intervention was put in place to give these people water? So it's the opinion of others that these interventions rather widen the gap between the poor and the rich. Because many of the needy, many of the poor in society did not benefit from these interventions. Mr. Speaker, for the sake of time, let me talk on what the president calls Agenda 111. And he says in his message, page 6 of what I was given, that as announced last year, Agenda 111, which will see to the construction of 100-bed district hospitals in 101 districts with no hospitals, 7 regional hospitals for the new regions, including one of the Western region, the construction of 2 new psychiatric hospitals for the Middle Belt and Northern Belt respectively, and the rehabilitation of a Fia Infanta hospital in the Western region is on course. My emphasis: construction of some of these hospitals has commenced and will continue without interruption. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Health was vetted just some few weeks ago, or days, and he admitted that they are still even working on the land. Some, they have cleared the land issue. Others, they are still on the land issue, and that when they have the clearance, when all is cleared, the president will cut short for the projects to begin. Mr. Speaker, when did the president cut short on this project that nobody heard or saw? So, Mr. Speaker, disparity between the president and his minister. So who do you believe? And where can we find these projects that have started and will be continued? But, Mr. Speaker, what I'm interested in is that he says Agenda 111, the largest ever investment in healthcare infrastructure in our history, is part of a massive vision for Ghana's healthcare sector, the realization of which will lead to Ghana becoming a center of medical excellence and a destination for medical tourism, and will also set us achieve blah, blah, blah. Mr. Speaker, the projects haven't even started. The minister was asked the cost, budgetary allocation. He wasn't sure. So even as how much these projects will cost, the government doesn't know. Yet, he calls it the largest intervention in healthcare. So you don't know the cost, and you're already comparing it to others. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House back to the era of President John Dramani Mahama. He invested about $2 billion in health infrastructure. And we can attest to that. The University of Ghana Medical Center, which is a COVID treatment center, the Ga East Hospital, Rich just here. These are what you can see. And marching words with action. And that is what, in leadership, they call integrity. When your words, what you say, match with what you do,
Honorable member,
then
wind up for us.
We can say that the president is delivering. But, Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that the president should deliver on his promises. This is 2016 manifesto, rehearsed in COVID-19 fellow Ghanaians' State of the Nation. But, Mr. Speaker, I want you to know, the president has been talking, but in upper west, the people of Dafiambu say Issa does not have a hospital. The people of Lambu say do not have. The people of Wa East, Wa West, Sisala West do not have. The president should act fast and ensure that access to health care is achieved, that we can achieve universal, and the president should pay who have sacrificed to take care of the Ghanaians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Now the turn of Honorable Member for Edriso, John Kuma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this motion on the State of the Nation's address. I've heard honorable members from the other side speak about the economy of Ghana as if it's in total deterioration. I just want to remind some of them that signs of deterioration of the economy is when you carry your country into the IMF for a bailout. The record of this government is to take this country from the arms of conditionalities of the IMF. Signs of deterioration of the economy is when you plunge this country into a prolonged 5 years of doom so. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, Ghana is enjoying constant supply of electricity. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable ABA Fuseni expresses unhappiness because Ghana has received 600,000 vaccines of AstraZeneca, and he described it as Ghana has been grouped in countries of poorest countries. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the notice of the House that a country like Australia has been blocked from receiving just 200,000 vaccines of AstraZeneca in Europe by Italy. For Ghana to be selected among its peers to receive 600,000 of these vaccines means that we are doing something right in this country. Mr. Speaker, it speaks to good governance and good management of the COVID situation in our country as we speak today. And we should be proud that we have a government that can attract the attention of the world for us to receive assistance as early as possible for our people. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, I am a beneficiary of these 600,000 vaccines that we have in this country. And I believe many of us here, and over 300,000 Ghanaians have already received these vaccinations. And we should be proud and thankful to the President. Mr. Speaker, may I take us to page 14 of the address that His Excellency submitted to this Honorable House, and speak about how digitalization has helped promote e-justice and e-case management in our country. Technology is helping to improve justice delivery in our country. And the era of missing dockets, which is a phenomenon in most of our courts because of the manual filing systems, is gradually becoming a thing of the past. In fact, government through the local government and the District Assembly Common Fund has commenced various projects, construction of about 90 courts with accompanying accommodation for judges across the country. It is also important to note that His Excellency also noted about 20 townhouses and a guest house are being built to be used as permanent residences for Court of Appeal judges based in Kumasi, who are mandated to handle cases in the northern part of the country. But all these interventions, my greatest joy, Mr. Speaker, is the amendment that has been made to the Court Act by the Court Regulation 2020 LI 2024. The relevant amendment has made it possible to expand the jurisdictional capacity of our district courts and our circuit courts. Before, the jurisdiction of the district court was about 20,000 Ghana cedis. And now that has been increased to about 500,000 Ghana cedis, and our circuit courts can now handle cases up to 2 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, that is a huge impact on our justice delivery system in our country. What this means is that about 90% of cases that happen at the district level can now be handled at the district courts. And if I had a civil litigation, or there's a civil litigation among my constituents in Ejuso, the district court in Ejuso can handle this matter, assuming the amount was just about 30,000 or 50,000. Before, we had to carry this matter to Jabin or Jasu Circuit Court, or better still, go to Kumasi. But this single intervention or changes that have been made has made it possible for Ejuso and all other districts in Ghana with district courts to handle matters up to 500,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is huge. It is going to reduce the burden of many cases on our high courts. It is going to bring justice to the doorsteps of the people. There's no need now to be traveling long distances to seek justice in our country. And I think this is a very positive intervention in our country, and I want to bring our attention to it. Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about another important subject of job creation. Page 11 of His Excellency's speech, he spoke about the Ghana Jobs and Skills Project. Mr. Speaker, this can be found in page 189 of the NPP manifesto, where a facility of $200 million was pledged in our manifesto to ensure that we promote jobs and skills training, entrepreneurial support for young people in our country. Mr. Chairman, this is going to lead to the development of competency training-based programs with our various TVET institutions, right from level 100 on trades, about 100 trades and professions from level 1, national proficiency 1 to level 5, high national diploma. And it's targeting about 25,000 beneficiaries across the country. Beyond that, SMEs, startups, are also going to be targeted to receive entrepreneurial support and training, which is also targeting about 50,000 individuals. It will seek to implement the Ghana Labor Market Information Systems and also upgrade the district public employment centers and services across the country. Mr. Speaker, this is a very good news to young people of our country. We know the difficulties in finding jobs in our country, and the best way forward is to encourage young people to get employable skills, to get training on entrepreneurship, on how they can set themselves up to receive knowledge, to receive competencies, and to be able to become self-sufficient. And His Excellency is backing it up with a facility of $200 million to make it possible for young people of this country to start up their own businesses and to succeed and create wealth for our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by speaking to the promise of ensuring that our graduates from the free SHS are able to enter our universities this year through loans that will require no guarantors, guarantor-free loans. And His Excellency, the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, spoke to this. It is very good news for students who are going to gain admission into our various tertiary institutions this year to be able to enter universities without your parents having to pay your school fees or having to go to guarantee the student loan that you are going to receive to be able to enter the universities. This is very good news for all students who have passed and are waiting to enter our various universities. Mr. Speaker, with all these good programs and interventions from His Excellency, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we can only thank him and show appreciation for his good programs and policies. And I want to conclude on his conclusion paragraph, which he said that this Ghana will be defined by integrity, sovereignty, and a common ethos, discipline, and shared values. It is one where we aim to be masters of our own destiny, where we mobilize our own resources for the future, breaking the shackles of Gettysburg colonial economy and a mindset of dependency, bailouts, and extraction. It is an economy where we look past commodities to position ourselves in a global marketplace. It is a country where we will focus on trade, not aid, a hand up, not a handout. It is a country with strong private sector. It is a country that recognizes the connectedness of its people and economy to those of its neighbors. This requires a forward-looking vision for our country, enabling us to be in the rear view of the mirror. It is Ghana beyond aid. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Andrew Dari Chueti.
Mr. Speaker, I must appreciate you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the motion that this Honorable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered to Parliament on Tuesday, 9th March 2021. Mr. Speaker, while thanking the President for responding to the call of the Constitution, I wish to express my opinion by saying that I disagree with him in most of the issues he raised in his State of the Nation's address. I really wish the President was around to let us know the status of Accra, whether Accra that he said he was going to make the cleanest city in Africa, it is so. I really wish yesterday the President had indicated what percentage of cleanliness level we have gotten to as far as the city of Accra is concerned. I cannot see the Honorable Minister in charge of sanitation and water resources, but I do hope that the President will get to know that people in Accra and Ghanaians are saying that Accra is still very filthy. Accra is even more dirty than he inherited. Mr. Speaker, I am saying so because the president, since taking office in 2017, has not initiated enough activities that will clear the city of the filth. Let it rain in this year, and the realities will show. Mr. Speaker, the president talked about some districts attaining the stage of open defecation free. Let's give thanks to an NGO called Global Communities. Even if I do not know about other constituencies, but I know about my constituency. I know that my constituency, Solatuna Kalba, has been declared open defecation free because of the intervention of Global Communities. The Speaker, Global Communities is an NGO that supports community members with boreholes. And the challenge the NGO throws to the communities is that they will ask the various communities to have toilets built in their houses. When the NGO is satisfied with the number of household toilets that the communities have, then a borehole is sunk for the community, thereby making it very competitive for the rural communities. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me rather take this opportunity to thank Global Communities because they have done a lot in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, the President talked about the provision of water. 2017, around this time, Mr. Speaker, the President was commissioning water systems. Even if I cannot remember any at all. But I can remember that in 2017, the President commissioned a water system in Wa West, Jambuso, which was started by the NDC government. Mr. Speaker, the State of the Nation's address, the President either said they had initiated the building of some water systems or the projects were ongoing. Mr. Speaker, I thought the President coming in as a president that has been mandated to rule the country for the second term would have told us yesterday that he has built, completed, and commissioned this water project in Community A, Community B, Community C. All these things were mentioned. He talked about some communities that he commissioned water projects. He said Amezofe and Zope. Mr. Speaker, I got in touch with people, members of parliament from these communities. And the information we have gathered is that, well, Amezofe, Zope, these projects were commissioned. What about Akokope? What about Butume? Butume Junction? What about Manche? What about Jolo, Gogame, and surrounding communities he indicated? Nothing is going on in those communities. Mr. Speaker, still on water. The President talks about the Yenti water project. The President talks about the Tamale water project. The President talks about the Damango water project. Mr. Speaker, I come from the Savannah region. Leader, he said he commissioned those projects, but those projects have not been completed, and so he couldn't have said he has commissioned them. Mr. Speaker, I come from the Savannah region, and I do know that nothing is going on in Damango. I just spoke with the regional water. Well, sometimes some people can be vindictive, so because of that, I'm not going to mention any name. But let me tell you, Tamale Water Project, leader, if you want, call. Yendi Water Project, call and tell us the status of those projects. Mr. Speaker, most of these projects have been captured as projects that have been done. Well, like my honorable colleague, Honorable Sandari said, the talks are becoming too plenty. Ghanaians want to see action. Ghanaians want to fill the jobs of President Akufo-Addo. Ghanaians want to see their environment clean, to have water to drink, to have whatever promises that President Akufo-Addo made in 2016 and 2020. They want to have a feel of those promises being delivered. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me briefly touch on housing. I am happy the Honorable Atachian is here. I still remember very well that in this chamber, I asked a question on housing also. The Honorable Atachian, then Minister for Western Housing, in answering a question, indicated that it's like the NDC and Jomama were under curse, and so we couldn't deliver. Honorable Atachian is here. 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. How many housing projects has the President Akufo-Addo's government delivered to Ghanaians? All those projects captured here are projects that were started, and he could not complete them. The President talks about handing over the Takrady housing projects, the Tamale and the Wa, to State Housing Corporation. Let the President know that President John Dramani Mahama equally did the same when he was the president. President Mahama handed over projects started by President John Ajikun Kufuor to Senate and State Housing Corporation to complete. Same, he handed over Asakoriman from housing projects. And so handing over projects to organizations are not work done. And so you don't come to give us the State of the Nation address and you come and tell us that I have handed over this project to these people. Those things are not things that we were waiting to hear from the President. Mr. Speaker, the President talked about coastal management. If you may permit me, page 19 of his statement, he talks about the country's coastline. He said his government is seriously working on some yes, he said, Mr. Speaker, permit me to quote him. Mr. Speaker, in the area of coastal management, we continue to improve the resilience of the country's coastlines against tidal waves.
Honorable Member, hold on a bit.
Mr. Speaker, our colleague in his submission in respect of the water project Mr. President said had been commissioned is misleading. Mr. Speaker, at page 17, this is what Mr. President said. That's the third paragraph. The Sustainable Rural Water and Sanitation Project and the Water Supply Improvement Project of the Ghana-Spain Debt Swap Development Program have been completed. Full stop. In September 2020, I joined the people of Amezope, Jope, Akokope, Batume Junction, Mache, Jolo, Logome, and surrounding community to commission the 5 pipe water supply systems under the project. With respect to my colleague, he says that he spoke to some MPs concerned, and this is not true. Mr. Speaker, if you contend that this is not true and that the President, by saying that he commissioned this Ghana-Spain debt program, that he did not do it, Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter.
And I think you should situate it well. Mr. Speaker, it's very misleading for him to say the president hasn't commissioned this.
Honorable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm the MP for the area, Jolo Bogame, Amejope. Mr. Speaker, we have 11 communities under Ghana Spanish debt swap. He said he says the Ghana debt swap project has been completed. He didn't say, but he said he commissioned 5, but he completed all. That's what he said. Read it. He completed all. He said all completed, but he commissioned 5. And we are telling you that one, even as Soya Copper, has not been completed. About 6 of them has not been completed. Only 5 that he commissioned. That's exactly what my colleague is saying. That's what he's referring to. So he's not wrong. He's telling the truth. And that's the fact on the ground. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, let's be fair to the facts. We don't need to unduly disrupt debate. But Mr. Speaker, facts are sacred. Facts are facts. I am not against you saying that others have not been completed because it is a matter of fact. What my colleague said is different from the intervention from the MP for the area. He said what Mr. President has said is not true. Mr. President was specific that I've done 5. That is, you are saying something different. He didn't say what you just said. Else I wouldn't have gotten up. And even, Mr. Speaker, the next paragraph, the President said concrete preparatory works are underway in the Yendi water and Tamale water. Then you get up and say the man has lied that he has completed Tamale and Yendi water project. Meanwhile, the paragraph is there. Refer to it. Don't mislead this house. It's a house of records.
Honorable member. Honorable, just conclude. Your time was almost up. Just conclude.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was just on this coastal management issue. Please, Mr. Speaker, permit me to conclude by reading the statement delivered by the President. Mr. Speaker, in the area of coastal management, we continue to improve the resilience of the country's coastline against tidal wave erosion that poses a significant threat to lives, livelihoods, and properties of the people living along the coastline. Consequently, we have implemented a number of coastal protection works at Abuaze, Nkontompo, Adwa, Blekusu, Elimina, Dansoman, Amanfu, Kuman, Diskov, Axim, Cape Coast, Commander, Anamabo, and Ningo Pram Pram. Mr. Speaker, permit me to end here because what I want to talk about, I have it. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister is here. All these projects we mentioned, Honourable Atachian, all these projects captured here were projects that we started long ago. When you came, the committee and yourself, we visited, as we talk, the projects, the state, they were when we did our first visit, those projects are still there. The President failed to even tell us the percentages, the level at work. He just made an open statement. What is the level of work at Nkontompo? What is the level of work at Amafukuma? What is the level of work at Diskop? What is the level of work at Azim, at Cape Coast? The President should have told us this.
Honorable, your time is up. Please.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. I'm most grateful.
He mentioned Atacha.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
He mentioned him. He mentioned him.
Right, Honorable Speaker, if you permit
He
me,
mentioned him.
let the records reflect that it is not every tidal wave activity and the protection thereof that was done by the NDC. The NDC did their part, and we continue. This is the decency that we should secure. But to say that every coastal protection that has been done so far
We have implemented a number of coastal.
has not been implemented by us.
Put from here for yes. Consequently, put from here. Consequently.
You see, these are hard facts. Consequently, we have implemented a number of coastal protection at Abuase, Nkontompo, Ajua, Blekuso. These are facts. Elimina, Dansuman, Amafukuma, Diskov, Azim, Cape Coast, Commander, and Mabo and Ningo Prampram. I must concede, with the greatest of respect, that some of these coastal protection works were done by the NDC. For example, I can mention about 3: Abuaze, Nkontompo, Ajua, and Blekuso. Yes. But that is the essence of Article 35. Continuity. He didn't give credit to anybody. He was being fair.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your intervention. Now, the turn of Honorable Opoku and Sir Davis. Then lastly, we will have Honorable Kabra Yomi. Honorable, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, is the name the honorable member you just mentioned, the last on our list? Mr. Speaker, we would like Honorable Sylvester Tete to take his turn in the absence of my other colleague. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last speaker talking about the Coastal project. In fact, I come from Ningo Prampram, Ningo to be specific, but I'm a member of parliament for Botiano, and I know of the project started 2018 under Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So records are there for all of us to see. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I thank the maker or the mover of the motion, and I rise to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Republic, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, yesterday discharged a constitutional obligation to this August House. And I must say that the President was apt, straightforward, and honest to the good people of this country. He gave a vivid description of the state of affairs of our country. He spoke about the happenings of our country and everything that ought to be mentioned. Mr. Speaker, the President told us the state of our economy as a result of the pandemic COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the President told us as a result of the COVID-19, revenue was affected. In the same vein, expenditure has also gone up because of the numerous interventions government had to do. Mr. Speaker, if you put the combined effect of revenue shortfalls and the expenditure, it's about 6.6% of our GDP. That poses the biggest obligation on the President and the government to ensure that we take measures to ensure that we bring the economy back to life. But before then, there were numerous interventions that the government had taken to ensure that we stay safe and keep the economy afloat. Mr. Speaker, it was not only goodies to the good people of this country as has been enumerated by various speakers on our side. Most importantly, is about the business interventions, especially 2 billion cedis for the big business sector, especially the pharmaceuticals. And that culminated into Ghana manufacturing most of the PPEs that were used for the combat of COVID-19 in this country.
In doing so, the central government or the central bank of Ghana has also provided some interventions to aid the government to keep afloat. Where in page 4, paragraph 2, it says, support has also been forthcoming from the Bank of Ghana under its brilliant leadership, which has lowered the monetary policy rate by 150 basis points to 14.5%, reduced also primary reserve requirement from 10% to 8%, and these are things that help the private sector or the business community to do their businesses. Again, Mr. Speaker, if you go to paragraph 16, and I want to talk, page 16, and I want to talk about youth development in our country. Mr. Speaker, whatever the President has said or has been doing, we cannot It says, it starts from paragraph page 15, but let's go to page 16. It talks about the youth development of our country. Mr. Speaker, in the face of all this, the MPP administration has kept faith with the young people of our country, where significant infrastructure that I've never seen before in the history of this country in the area of youth development. Mr. Speaker, we promised that we were going to develop the young people of this country. Significantly, construction of 10 youth resource centers across the country, which are at different levels of construction of between 85 and 95% in all the regions of the 10 existing regions. You go to Adaklu in Ho, in the Volta region. You go to Koforidia in the eastern region. You go to Axim in the western region. You go to Azuma Nursing Sports Complex in Greater Accra. You go to Nyinehini in the Ashanti region. You go to Dunkwawofin in the central region. You go to Yendi in the northern region. And Mr. Speaker, and most importantly, before the end of Mr. President's first term, sword was cut also at Gambai to commence construction of same facility in the newly created 6 regions of our country. Mr. Speaker, for me, it is not just a football pitch or stadium that is being constructed, but a state-of-the-art youth resource center where you have all facilities, including 8-lane running track across this country. Hitherto, we've not had the opportunity for a running track apart from Accra, Takrade, or Kumasi. Today, in all the 16 regions, by the kind leadership of the President of the Republic, we're going to have these facilities in all the 16 regions of our country. Mr. Speaker, let's go to page 23 of the State of the Nation address by the President, and that inspires me a lot. The security of our country cannot be taken for granted. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President indicated that when he took office, the total number of vehicles by the police service of our country was only 492 serviceable cars. Government has since then procured for the police some 735 additional vehicles, including 15 operational buses, a feat unprecedented in the history of the service. Mr. Speaker, if we are saying the President hasn't been honest and truthful to us in respect to the state of affairs, the police administration and our brothers on the other side are arms away from the police administration, and these are matters of record that they can refer to at any time. Mr. Speaker, if we are looking for leadership for this country, Mr. President has delivered, and he will continue to deliver for the good people of our country. Mr. Speaker, another important statement from the President yesterday was about the Ghana Care Obantampa program to transform, revitalize, and modernize our economy and return it to high and sustained growth for the next 3 years. Mr. Speaker, one of the things we've talked about in this country in times past is about getting the youth to tilt our land productively, that is agriculture. Where in this country, agriculture has become the reserve of people who have not been to school. But Mr. President is showing the way that our young graduates, including members of parliament and the elite in this country, can also take into farming. And that is where this 100 billion is going to do, to supporting commercial farming and attracting educated youth into commercial farming in this country. Mr. Speaker, if we want to be or build a country or Ghana beyond age, we spend a lot of money on importing food into our country. Today, Mr. President is leading the way that all of us, irrespective of your level of education, you have a good opportunity to go back to the land and tilt the land, because funding will be provided to support the young people of our country. Mr. Speaker, building the country's light manufacturing sector, we keep lamenting about basic things that we have to import into this country. Today, the Obatampa Ghana Care program is going to support us. And I know the one district, one factory the President talked about. My constituency is one of the beneficiaries of one district, one factory program in this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I believe that the state of the nation delivered by the President, those who watch the President and who have listened to the President, knows that indeed the President is in charge of this country and has really delivered the State of the Nation address and has touched on everything. I believe that our brothers from the other side, wishing to hear about everything, especially wanting to talk about numbers, they should just wait for Friday. The budget statement of the President will be delivered here on Friday, and we'll have opportunity to have a good debate on the budget statement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, my brother. Now, finally, let me invite Honorable Kwabena Oyomi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion on the floor that this Honorable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation, which was ably moved by Honorable Patrick Mwama. Mr. Speaker, we are always given this assignment to debate sooner, year in, year out. And consistently, if you go through most of the submissions, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and now 2021, one would realize that there's been some repetitions, subtractions, and really on the ground, results not really evident for us to see. Mr. Speaker, once again, we are debating a statement in which one would attest to one particular fact that, yes, this same issue has resonated. Mr. Speaker, I want to set an example by quoting from just one of them, say 2019 SONA, which was ably delivered by His Excellency the President. And I'll take you to page 3, paragraph 4,
Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote where Mr. President was here and assured this House that in order to rapidly and equitably develop the entire country, he was going to ensure that $1 million or its equivalent in Ghana cedis was going to be allocated to each constituency. So therefore, all the 275 constituencies in the country were going to receive some fair share of development as a result of the use of that money. We're all happy, and the constituents and across the nation jubilated and said, yes, we're going to notice some appreciable development in our communities. But what do we see today, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, nothing to write home about. And I cite my constituency as an example where one is unable to point to any project to indicate that this is what has been done with the share of $1 million Ghana cedis or its CD equivalent as was promised in that State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, another time I think we have delivered a particular issue on this floor a number of times, and that had to do with the way waivers of taxes and exemptions was being done, to the extent that our side will always have a cause to think that they ought to be scrutinized and probably at least be reduced. The majority side will always have their way because that is what they be free to do. His Excellency the President, in the same SONA, had a cause to lament to this nation through this August House. And may I refer to page 6 of the 2019 SONA, paragraph 3, paragraph 4, and 5. With this, Mr. Speaker, I read some portions of 2019 SONA. Yes, page 3. No, page 6. Page 6. Yeah, paragraph 3. And I read, Mr. Speaker, revenue mobilization poses the biggest challenge in the management of our economy, with the tax exemption policy in particular proving to be an Achilles heel and a growing menace to fiscal stability and revenue generation. In the last 8 years, tax exemptions in respect of import duty, import VAT, import national health insurance, and domestic VAT have grown from 392 million Ghana cedis. That is 0.6% of GDP. In 2010 to 4.6 billion Ghana cedis. That is 1.6% of GDP in 2018. His Excellency the President went ahead with a lamentation to say that these figures do not include exemptions from the payment of corporate and individual income taxes, concessions on tax rates, petroleum tax reliefs, custom tax exemptions enjoyed by diplomatic missions, and waiver of processing charges at the port. And the next paragraph, it says, if we continue at this rate, in less than 16 years, half of Ghana's revenue base will be given away as tax exemptions. Mr. Speaker, genuine lamentation. Perfect. I've listened to His Excellency, who is in charge of the state coffers and knows everything and should be able to tell us what the issues and the problems are. So the state of the nation at the time, and per his decisions and plans and strategies to curb this, has not seen any significant approach from the other side, where we're promised that there will be some bills brought here for us to look at. There will be some activities in that regard and etc. policy directions. But ever since 2019 to date, we have
approved exemptions and continue to approve exemptions in this House. And our side will always say no, but the majority side will always say this is what it is. That is the way forward. And one in particular, which I always have problem with, had to do with the 1B, 1F exemptions. That companies that are registered under the 1B, 1F, sometimes when you look at the companies and what they're actually going to do, or they intended doing, and are being given the blanket check to bring in things and sometimes don't pay duty, it's an issue. And again, when we listen to such statements, what then do we say? Obviously, these are just tough shots. They are just wishful thoughts from His Excellency the President.
Honourable member, hold on.
Member
for Aguso.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is misleading the House with some information. Mr. Speaker, in relative terms, the amount of tax exemptions have declined significantly. So it is wrong for the honourable member to continue to say that nothing has changed since the last SONA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader.
The honourable member cannot interrupt the debate without making reference to the order under which is coming. He cannot just stand up and then start to talk. We should learn. We are all learning here. So under which order did you interrupt the member? Under which order did you interrupt the member? You should tell us.
Honourable Yomi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for coming to my rescue. And the fact still remains that we need to walk the talk. I mean, here we need to really walk the talk. The President and the government of that matter need to walk the talk. That we have come most of the time to listen to such lofty, wonderful ideas and the state of the nation as is usually given, but the results are always something to always not be sure about. Mr. Speaker, now we look at the comments the President made about chieftaincy, and may I refer to page 16, paragraph 2, line 8 in particular, where he said,
okay, is he ready?
Yeah, he's ready. He said, and I quote, "Government is also determined to provide the funding necessary for the judicial committees of the various houses of chiefs to be able to do their work effectively and efficiently so as to bring closure to many long-standing chieftaincy disputes." Mr. Speaker, this again is, a number of repetitions without results. In 2017, 2018, there was a mention of this. In 2019, there was a mention of this. In 2020, I tell you, and in fact now, the issue is this. Mr. Speaker, if you look at all this, the issue is this. You would notice that various budget allocation to the particular ministry for them to be able to undertake these assignments have been wanting. That they are not given adequate resources to enable them just carry out this simple assignment. If you watch carefully, clearly it is true. These disputes, when left unattended to, gradually shift into what one calls a national security problem, and it dots around the entire country. And we've actually visited a number of such houses, and I've actually looked at most of these cases. It takes only resource allocation. We've spoken to ministers of the past minister, and then as well as the Minister for Finance, and have made various cases for this particular ministry. You will notice that they always find space in their SONA, find spaces in their budgets, but are not given a pragmatic approach in terms of helping to solve this problem. Two, we've also noticed that the Judicial Committee, the composition of it requires some addition, and therefore there's a need for an amendment to the law.
Honourable member, be winding up.
So that they can be able to deliver on their mandates. That, again, goes to the executive without much being done about it. Mr. Speaker, that is something that we need to look at. And when they feature in our sonars, we need to take them serious. Mr. Speaker, in sports, Mr. Speaker, yes, I will use this to wind up, don't worry. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that there's a whole lot that is facing sports industry, and I would have wished that His Excellency the President would have found it necessary to also make mention of these particular activities. One, getting the allies to the Act 934, which is the sports law, and then the Act 939, the National Youth Authority Act, all pushed in order to give them focus and get them to be able to do what they are expected to do or mandated to do by law, so that at least they can be able to achieve results, and then predictability in terms of what they are supposed to be doing can be at least to an extent measured. That I would have been happy to see. But then, given what he said, 2023, All African Games, very important. I was happy to hear he said what he said, but then the issue is this. We are late in many of the fronts, and there was a need for him to run with some speed to be able to get the organization of the event smooth going. And Mr. Speaker, whilst ending, I would want to say that the Act, especially the Act 934, require that the ministry organizes biannually sports conferences where think tanks in the industry are brought together to discuss sports and see what are the impediments and the challenges and see the way forward. Currently, we are very much aware the effect of COVID on sports. I thought essentially the President would have mentioned this as a matter of urgency to bring sportsmen and women together to discuss sports and see how we develop sports within the environment we find ourselves. The pandemic that has actually struck the industry so hard. That again is missing in the President's statement, and that is a worrying situation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, debate on this motion is deferred to Thursday, 11th March 2021. Let us now turn to the other paper, item number 5, presentation of papers. The Appointment Committee Chairman.
Report of the Appointments Committee on the President's nomination for ministerial appointments, regional ministers designate.
Mr. Speaker, just want to find out from the... Okay.
The paper is laid. This procedural. Now, leadership, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, members are encouraged to come in their numbers and continue with the debate tomorrow. We've agreed to start at 10. Mr. Speaker, so I think today we've had a good day, very engaging. We have to continue in that spirit tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, that is how. We are in your hands, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we agreed to have an extended sitting. And as usual, when we have extended sitting, the majority know what to do. But today, we are not getting that provision. At this time, 6 p.m., we cannot be working from morning, 10 o'clock, until this time. So they should just take note and do the right thing tomorrow.
Mr. Speaker, the information is that something was done, but not as adequate as expected. So the needful shall be done. So be rest assured, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, 11th March 2021 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I thank you very much.